Whoa. I'm not on Call of Duty. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That look like you, bitch. Fuck out of here. You be wearing yourself. You ugly bitch. Yo, dumb. Fuck up. $99 middle linebacker, 99. Damn, I need a 99 receiver. Fuck. I got a 98 and a 97 and two 97s. I need it. Well, I got all 97s too. I got 198. I need a fucking better wide receiver, bro. That's all I need now, and I'll be straight. You like Fusion, because he gets all the players I need, and I'm getting all the defensive players, because my defense is better than his. I got all 99 cornerbacks. The top 3 are all 99s, and my backups are 98, 97, 92, 98s. I'm getting back on that shit. I'm getting back on the new one. That's all I gotta say. I ain't getting on college. I'm getting on Madden. Because all the college players are on Madden now. I don't know yet. I gotta see what the players looking like. Might not have no team to start out with until they start dropping more players. I don't even know what to eat around here either, bro. Ain't really shit to eat. It's the same shit, bro. It's like nothing new. It's fucking same shit. Then it's like if you want to even get something good, you gotta drive like at least an hour out. Cause we don't got yeah, yo, like the good, like it's all the same shit around here, bro. Like Longhorn, Texas Roadhouse, Olive Garden, same shit. Ain't nothing else. We don't even got a Wingstop, bro. The closest Wingstop's an hour away. Like 45 minutes an hour. And with the Crumble cookie where the Wingstop at. So usually when I go out there to get some, I always go to Crumble or Wingstop, and then get something else. Like even all the shopping and shit out there too. Like we got a mall, but that mall dry as shit, bro.
Shit. Yo, what happened?
Yo, the police drag.
Yeah.
Police drag. Nigga, it was 5 police cars behind me. 3 SUVs, 2 cars. I shit it. I was shitting, bro. Then they all come behind me like fast as shit, riding my bumper. So I'm like, I'm pulling over to get in an emergency lane so they could go past me. Yo, swerve my shit and then swerve back in front of me and cut somebody else. And then they all hit their lights because the light that we come into about to turn red. They all hit their lights and they drag and go through the red light and then cut their lights off. I'm like, yeah, they fucking drag. Like, they was dragging hard, bro. I'm like, yo. I had a dash cam, I should have recorded it. If I had a dash cam, I would have been able to see it, bro. Fucking mad. That shit was too funny.
No.
I'm like, oh yeah, VA is fucking dragging, bro. Like, that's some shit I would do. That's the only reason I'd want to be a cop, yo, so I could drag like that. I wouldn't even give a fuck about nobody else. But put me in a Durango or something. Oh God, I'm fucking cutting. Or a Charger. If I see a car show, I'm not even gonna fuck with y'all. I might hop in the pit. Not even gonna lie. Not even gonna lie. Not even gonna lie. And then after I'm gonna act like I'm just watching them. Swear. Swear.
Then you fuck around, see yourself on IG, and you get fired.
Shit. I wouldn't be on IG, yo. I'd just be like, hey, somebody stole the cop car and gave it back. I don't want to tell you. No fucking way.
Are you on?
Yeah, I'm streaming, bro. I'm in a whole game. This game looking bad right now. I need another wide. I was just telling Keith I need another wide receiver, yo.
Nigga Ray hit Nate with a drag route. Watch.
Oh, you watching?
Why everybody got their...
Bet you did just sign into an account and subscribe so you get notifications when I go live.
So you get notifications.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. Or cut the notifications off and just subscribe so my name ought to come up when you put it in. That's fourth down. Come on. Oh, come on. You need to stop. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get it. Yes, yes. Come on. Fuck. Fuck up. He was on him. I didn't want to throw it. How did he even catch me? Like, fuck. Whoa.
I hate to say it, Nate, but I know how you play football, and it's crazy.
I need to get a new playbook. I just don't know who to get. I should have threw it to the other.
This is an easy one. You should have threw it to Circle.
I know. I know.
You should have threw it to Circle. He was at speed out. God damn, Nate. Everybody changing their names to area code.
And they're ugly. Give me that back, though. Give me that. Oh!
Or one
He damn near had the ball the whole first quarter, so I barely even had time to get the ball.
Hello.
I need a new playbook.
Nigga, you only got 5 yards.
5 yards with CD Lamb. That's your ass. That's your ass. Come on.
That guy is just a man. I mean, he sets the tone in this defense. And you saw it on that play right there. Reminds me a lot of the guy standing beside me, David.
That man do not know how to play offense. He had 3 niggas open and hella time.
No. I should have been a pick. Hell no. Yes. Let's go. He going for it like that? Fucking crazy. Get him. Get him. Hit him. Yes. Whoa. Get it. Yes. That was crazy. What? Oh my. Yeah, I'm done, bro. Damn, I really only got 5 fucking passing yards, bro.
So why wouldn't you throw it to R1? R1 was wide the fuck open, bro. You heard me?
Huh?
R1 was wide the fuck open.
I ain't see him, yo.
Hell yeah.
This is sad, bro. My defense stopping him, but I can't do nothing on offense. Like, I need a better wide receiver, bro. I can't keep doing this shit, bro. Either that or a new fucking playbook. One or the other. Give me that shit. That fucking shit, bro. Come on. Because you really not even up by a lot. Like, come on. 1 touchdown. Give me that. Give me that. Come on. Like, my best receiver is CD Lamb, bro. Nash not even like that no more. He only 97. Give me that back again. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Come on, bro. Give me that. Pick 6. Let's go. Let's go. 2 picks with the same dude. Come on, user, all day. Come on. And he quit. Bye. No, I had to get warmed up. Come on, man. No way. All that for a 92? Y'all know y'all sick. All this shit for these low-ass overalls. Y'all know y'all wrong for giving out these low overalls. Like, what is we finna do with this at this late of the game? Come on now. Is y'all there? What you doing, yo? I'm waiting on y'all to get active. Hey, yo! You don't get your big cinnamon head ass on somewhere, boy? No, I'm not. That's you. That's you. Fusion, I gotta show you, yo. They got Keys in Call of Duty now. And I'm ready to buy it just so I could use Keys in Call of Duty. How much is it? 23,000 or 2,300. Chill. What you mean? I do Ultimate Team, bro. Did you see his team? I know he gonna quit. His highest overalls were 98, 198, and 297s. And that was his quarterback and his wide receiver. His team not that good. And CD my best receiver, so I had to do it to him. I asked my girl if she was hungry because I'm trying to figure out what I want to eat, bro. I'm hungry. I ain't eat all day. I slept all day. You been eating all day. There's a difference. You know it is, bro. Nah, he threw it. He one of these motherfuckers like the 30 short passes. Nah, not long. At least some medium shit, you know. Nothing too much. This little shit ain't gonna get him nowhere.
And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down.
I like the running back there on the route and the patience he showed, really setting it up. He got to the defender, was able to put his foot in the ground, get some separation, catch it, and turn upfield for the first.
And the Mountaineers have it with a 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. Now he's going to glide away from pressure. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver.
Well, as a quarterback, when you get to the outside, you know you don't have all day to throw it. You've got these defenders. They are coming. They're running at you hard. So you've got to do a better job getting the ball out quicker. That hit forced the incompletion.
They'll throw again after the incompletion. Quick completion on the out route. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down.
It must be nice for this quarterback knowing he's got this type of athlete.
Fuck it then. Go out with your friend and have a drink. I was going to ask you if you want to go out to eat. Fuck it, man. Oh. Why is they using Kobe Bryant as a safety? What is my defense doing?
Wide receiver now comes in motion. They'll run play action.
Give me that. That's a 6. That's a 6. No way. That's a 6. Come on, bro. Yup. 6. Shit ain't getting you nowhere, bro. Come on. Oh, I should have seen that. No way.
Love the play call on the RPO. That time the defender bites on the run fake, and that opens up the window for the slant coming in behind. Nice job.
Going up top on 1st down. Makes the grab. It's Sheffield. And they pick up just a few on that completion. A little bit more to go after that last completion. They'll try to pick it up on 2nd down. Off the play fake.
No way. No shit. At least he finally got one. Get it. Good shit. Oh! Wow. Give me that.
Take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, Dogs. Boy, did he just scorch that defense with that score.
He shows you all. He's got the speed. He's got the agility. This dude's a big-time playmaker. You just give him the ball, he'll find different ways to kill you on different plays.
And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. He'll bring it out. It's Richardson. Not nearly as much as
Because he was fired up. It was only 7-14, so he still could have came back. But I just scored again.
time for maybe one more play.
If I score again, he'll probably quit if he don't score.
He'll start this drive firing. One great protection.
Hell no.
Lets it go down the middle. And this is dropped.
Yes.
Incomplete pass. He had a huge game in his fingers and he couldn't hold on.
He dropped it. He dropped it. I made him drop it.
They'll try it again on second down. Still looking on the move.
No fucking way.
He loves to fire downfield. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. Third and long, back up inside their 20. To the air, it's Jordan. He lets one fly deep,
Give me that. Ramsey, get you one. Get you one.
and he's wrapped up.
Come on.
Return on the pick.
All them number 8s out there. I got hella number 8 cornerbacks. Yep, he's gone now. Hella 98 quarterback. Well, now my record's 2-3. I'm coming back. Oh, shit. Okay, you get ball first. That's good. Oh, you gotta be Colorado. You're ugly.
That one bounds through the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. Offense getting set for first down.
You like every wheels.
Into soft coverage.
You do.
Put it up for grabs, and I thought he had it, but somehow his
Hole.
couldn't swing. After the incompletion,
Let me get some wheels, yo.
their own 25. Couldn't connect on first down, now back to the air.
I don't know what to put on the Mazda, yo.
Find the receiver to get the foot down.
My gotta wait so I can get rid of this bitch, because I don't even want it. But it's gonna be a minute, I already know, because I can't get shit.
Finds his man, it's Cameron. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup.
A nice job by the QB there, timing out that drag throw. It's zone coverage, so he's got to make sure he gets it to his receiver in a window to allow him to catch the ball and then turn it upfield.
Oh,
Failed to make the connection, it's an incomplete pass.
could have picked it twice. He got the 99 Dak Prescott.
30-yard line, and this defense hoping to knock them out
Give me that.
And he picked it off. Didn't really have room to operate.
His big, yeah, he's playing like Dak Prescott too. That's crazy.
This quarterback was having success throwing on the opening drive.
Dak Prescott even play like Dak Prescott in college.
Third down when the defense is expecting it, like you saw right there. They were ready.
I don't know what he,
Coverage call to get
I
behind
don't know
the
what he thought Dak Prescott's ad was going to do.
Come out throwing on first down.
Oh, he got lucky because I broke the sack and tripped over my lineman.
Now on second down. To the air. It's Mahomes. He's got an open man. And they finally get him down, but not before. He's got him set up for business at the 49-yard line. Georgia going up tempo.
That's an absolute strike right there. Giving me some Stetson Bennett vibes, some Aaron Murray vibes, even Matthew Stafford with the arm tap.
Deep shot to the end zone.
I was about to say.
Coverage there to knock it away and deny the score.
Ew.
Underfield threw it again after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 49.
Well, it looked like that might be the first touchdown of the game, but what a great job by the defenders.
I bet you is.
Swatting it away.
And they got the defense.
Must be nice.
Get it to the 29-yard line. This Georgia offense moving quickly.
I wish I could too. Fucking whore.
He's looking to throw it. He'll take a shot. And
No way.
intercepted. Got room on the return. And they capitalize not only on the pick, but the great return to give the offense tremendous field position.
Really early in this game, you're seeing the ball hawks on both sides of the ball. Interception on the first drive of the game, and now they come out, and this defense gets a pick in return. There are a lot of dudes in the back end with the speed and the ability.
He'll rock one deep down the left.
That's mine. He caught that?
Time catch along the sidelines. Got the
What?
excellent throw, too.
Defensively, you know you're going
No
against
way.
the best receivers in the game. Four vertical is something you've seen on film a lot. Defensively, you're going to have to mix and match your coverages to try to slow this dude down.
Feeling some heat. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance.
I'm impressed with this defense, man, because that QB is lightning fast. You see how fast that defender was able to get to him and force the incompletion?
This time it's complete.
Listen, running backs are not just running backs anymore. You're going to be a wide receiver in today's football. A great job sneaking out of the backfield, getting them the football, and letting them get some positive yards.
Into the end zone. It's picked off. Right into the teeth of double coverage. And they'll close in on it
Yeah.
after a good return.
Can you open the door?
Uh-huh.
Sometimes the quarterback puts that zip on it, and sometimes he uses the long legs when it takes a little time to get there. That time, he used the long
What?
legs, and the defender came in and made the interception.
I already said yeah. It's open. Shit.
And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. Boy, they had that last drive moving a little bit, David, but then the mistake.
Oh, go. Oh my.
Those mistakes are going to happen. You're going to
That's boof, bro.
But I think I stay aggressive with this offense. I get back to what I did in the first part of that drive, what made me successful.
I agree, David. Just turn the page if you're a quarterback, right? In this drive, you did a lot of good things there leading up to that pick.
Give me that.
Move on, play the next play.
And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that. Dropping back, it's Mahomes. He
Fuck.
slings it deep to the left.
No, I'm on offense.
Downfield for a huge gain. First down to start.
I'm on the offense. The offense. Give me that. Give me that. CD Lamb. CD.
And he'll haul it in and take it to the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
CD. CD.
And what did I start for this offense? The throw game getting working, getting the touchdown pass. This quarterback getting a little bit of confidence. His passing game getting in a rhythm. Nice start for this offense.
And he's got the extra point, and it's
I bet.
No, you gotta be able to finish drive.
He lost one
Hmm.
on the sideline.
Hmm.
That'll be incomplete. They tried to hit him with a big one on first down.
And the offensive coordinator here is really trying to stay aggressive, take
I'm
some shots.
sure.
Perhaps maybe the click on that one. Later in the game, if I'm this
He puts a lot of air under him
Fuck
down the
no.
sideline. And that's going to be incomplete, going for broke on second down, but third down's coming up. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On third and long, trying to have a big completion here. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play.
He quit. He fucking quit.
Alabama about to kick off to get this game underway. Fielded in the end zone, it's Nash. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. First down here for the offense. Looking for a crease, it's Cooper. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. The Bulldogs want to move quickly. Trying play action. And he was drilled just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop and they can get off the field on third and long. To the air, it's Mahomes. Oh, he's ready to take a shot. Makes the grab on the left side. And the tackle is made, but not before that completion gets them 30 plus. And that one is why offenses are hungry for big plays. They've got it first and 10, threatening inside the 30. The receivers often will run their route based on a side adjustment. Trying to find his man on first down. Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be second down.
doesn't take this defense a lot of time to get to the quarterback, man. They've got speed all over the place. They hit him so quickly, and because of that, the ball falls incomplete.
On second down, wants to throw it. Looking to the big tight end. And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be third down.
How do you drop that,
They
bro?
line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Third and long, and he'll try to throw for it. It's caught downfield. He's run out of bounds after the big gain, and they are in business, first and goal.
When you're a playmaker like this guy is, your coaches are going to dial up plays intended for you, especially on third down. That's what you saw in that last play. There was no question where the quarterback was going with that football. All week long, they decided on the biggest downs,
really good job scrambling, getting the first down, and getting down. Because defensively, I'm trying.
Throws it back across his body, and what do you think happened? Intercepted. They get him on the ground after the turnover, but there is a flag on the field, and we'll see if that will be a reprieve for this offense. Looking for a productive play on first down. Receivers telling the quarterback what they see. They'll crank up this drive with the pass. Oh, what a grab by the defense.
I wasn't even trying to throw. I thought I was about to get sacked. Damn it.
QB's got to pick and choose their spots when they want to be really aggressive and try to fit balls in tight windows. Great job by the DB making a big play, getting the ball back to its offense.
These corners going to give these receivers some space. They'll throw it on first down.
Fuck.
Looking to scramble. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down.
Well, they dial up a pass play there on first down, and how about the quarterback there? Buys time, he's outside, he's looking for people to get open on the scramble drill, but there's nothing happening, and just a really quick decision to decide to take off and go get another first down.
Oh my.
Defense on their heels.
And he gets out of there and gets some yardage and gets down without taking any punishment. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. Leaves it with the back. They make the stop, and that will likely bring us to the end of the first quarter. Second down here as they go back to work after the break. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. Steps away to find some room. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down.
Nice job by the QB. Sit back in the pocket. You can tell he wants to throw the football, go through his progressions. Nothing home, take off, and slide. I love the slide at the end. Don't take a big shot.
And the defense stops him just short of the first down. Maybe needed a few more chain links to move the sticks. Now on second down. From the gun. Give on the inside. Makes the tackle right at the 21-yard line. Pickup of 10 on the play, and his offense is threatening with a first down.
Really good looking run. You know, you think about the legacy Alabama has at the running back position. It's ridiculous. Mark Ingram won a Heisman, obviously Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs. I'm going to go back to Sean Alexander, who
Lets it fly deep downfield. And good hands there by the defense on that shot to the end zone.
Man, this quarterback is living dangerously right now. Obviously, he threw a pick on the last drive. He's trying to complete that throw, but the defender gets a hand on it, tips it up in the air. That's oh-no. That is an oh-no situation. They're lucky that
He felt the heat, trying to get away, but down he goes. He'll lose a yard or two. This pressure from the defensive front is overwhelming, much like when three-time All-American David Pollack played on the Georgia defensive front. Whatever happened to that guy?
A washed up old guy. I heard bad things about that guy. But no, when you look at these defenses Georgia's had, these dominant defenses, man, it's just big, physical guys up front. You think about the Jordan Davises, the Trayvon Walkers of the recent past, just guys that dominate a football game. You have to know where they're at on every snap.
And the field goal unit will stay put as the head coach decides to go for it on fourth down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. It's incomplete. A fourth down stop and the turnover on downs.
And that is a big-time drop right there. Fourth down, opportunity to catch it, maybe get the first down. That is tough to swallow, but as a QB, I got to walk over to him and say, listen, dude, we're going to need you later on. I still believe it.
And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line. The number one job is to protect your quarterback, and they weren't able to do it long gives his team a pretty significant lead at this point.
And that's what you want. You want to start fast. You want everything to come out and start clicking, make some plays. It doesn't always work that way, but when you do, man, the energy, the crowd, everybody's into it. Now the other team better respond.
So they got the touchdown, and as they kick off, really important for the defense to shut them down here. The ball squirts through the end zone. That'll be a touchback. They'll bring it out to the 25. The top defense rolls onto the field. This late in the half, you're behind. You'd love to create something before the break to build momentum, Jesse. Fires the pass. Intercepted. Bringing it back. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception.
As a quarterback, you've got to give the receiver an opportunity to make the play. You've got to put the
Nathaniel Atkins. I know he hears me, so
The time for a great deal on new in the Kelly Blue Book from select dealers. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
Sacramento State is moving up to FBS in 2026, and they got money. They've raised over $50 million for NIL, letting them land players like Jaden Rashada. So I want to rebuild them and get them a championship. They're moving up as an independent school, though, which means I'm going to make us play 6 top 25 teams a year, and I'm also allowed to recruit players from California. It'll make rebuilding the Hornets a bit more challenging. We do have some good talent, and I promise, this is not going to feel like a rebuild. But Jaden Rashada, our starting quarterback, has been at more schools, 5 of them, than he's thrown for touchdown passes in his career, 4. He still has 3 years of eligibility left. So it's going to be a challenge to keep him around. And looking at our schedule, you can see the more than 6 top 25 opponents. And on the recruiting side of things, I've been able to build out our board with only players from California. Juan Place, the first player that I want to highlight. He's a gym quarterback as a field general with 92 throw power, 74 speed though. Not normally my play style. And then we are going after 1 4-star with our NIL budget. If I was able to, and there were more 5-stars from the state, I would have tried to go after some of them. Probably should have added some more 4-stars on here too. But we're going to keep things simple for season number 1 with our only goal being able to take down an FCS school. If you were just looking at our overall, you'd probably think that we don't don't stand a chance. But we have Jaden Rashada, former 4-star quarterback that had potential, and we're going to be able to run it all the way to the 2. I really like what I've seen so far. We're about to go up 14-0 as long as they don't tackle us before we get in. And for the next 3 seasons, we're going to lean on this kid to carry Sacramento State. I think my biggest takeaway from this game has been that Sacramento State was ready to move up to this level. But there is still a chance the Royals come back in the final couple minutes. And with this onside kick, all we have to do is recover it. We snag it out of the air, so we're good. Just like that, with their first game at the FBS level, the Hornets pick up a win, though it was against an FCS school. And if you're thinking realistically, they won't make this move until next season, but we're just doing it a year early. Sacramento State will be in college football 27. We do have to face Utah next, though. And it's not taking long for it to be the point in the season where I'm going to care a lot more about recruiting, because we could really land guys like Tyrese Newsom. What's going to hold us back, though, is once we get to the hard sell period, because there's not much that's going to be exciting to some of these players. But if they care about playing time, they're going to be able to get it here, because we just got smoked by the Utes 52-3. We all know how these first seasons in rebuilds normally go. I think what I want to do, though, is try out the motivator tab. It has been so long since I've done this in a rebuild. I want to see how high of an overall Jaden Rashada. But that means since I won't be putting coach points into recruiting yet, we're just going to have to accept that we're not going to win every battle for 3 stars. I've also decided that for this rebuild, Stanford is going to be our in-state rival. But like the start of most rebuilds on this channel, we normally take down our rival until 2 years into the future. After throwing an interception, this game ended 34-7, so we only scored 1. And there's a reason I wanted to win our first the season so bad, because the rest of it's just going to be losses. Funny enough, one of the best players that we seem to have a good chance of signing so far is actually the 4-star running back, because we got a good hard sell on him. Championship contender definitely needs to rise. But as time goes on, I'm sure that'll fall apart too, because we're just picking up loss after loss, and it's been a while since we've scored more than 7 points. We are really going to need to jump up in overall during the offseason. I'm going to go down to tier 3 for every single one of these position groups. I'm starting with offense just because I want our offense to be better than our defense first. I feel like I'm decent at playing defense. Offense is a whole other story. And if you take a look at our recruiting board, we have lost more battles than we have won so far. We've only been able to 2 players. One of them on our board, though, and it's going to be a close call. We're the last school to have him on a visit week 11 against Miami. By then, he'll probably already commit some. But I'm holding out just a little bit of hope, and UMass would be the other team we could take down, if anybody. That didn't end up happening, though. Even though we scored 7 points, it wasn't enough to beat them. And I think it's pretty obvious how our season finished, 1-11, but we can just build the entire purpose of Sacramento State having 50 mil and then so we could make signings like this, but Newsom decided to rather go to our rival Stanford. UCLA keeps plucking players away too. And I think we got San Diego State beat out for Brian Coffey, but all these California schools are getting on my nerves. We can only sign guys out of the state, and we don't have that many signings at. So we're going to be back to leaning on this roster that just went 1-11. Jaden Rashada didn't have a great first season here, but I think he's going to stick around. Our running back had the worst year I think I've ever seen on him. And you would think that meant we threw for a ton of passing yards, but we didn't have a receiver crossed over 500. Everybody's getting fired. This is my program now. I'm taking over. I'm making sure that they are way better next year than whatever this is. And that's a hard thing to guarantee, but if you find coordinators that are big tacticians, you can make it happen. I did say that I wanted to go with more of that motivator build, though, and even but I just can't pass up an opportunity to have a defensive coordinator with our exact defensive scheme, 3-3-5 type. We got to bring them on. I normally wouldn't get coaches like this until season 6 or 7, but we have to play 6 top 25 teams a year, and I don't want to get annihilated. We got ran off the field by teams like this for 1 season, and I'm already over it. I did notice something weird about this playoff bracket, though. Both Cincinnati and Jacksonville State made the playoffs without being in the top 25. That's the benefit of being a part of a conference, which we don't have the luxury of since we're an independent school. We can't get an automatic bid to the playoffs. And I think eventually Sacramento State will join a conference. They just haven't yet, so they aren't going to be in one. And that might be another reason these players want to leave. Going into the off-season period, we've only been able to sign 8 players, but at least all of them are 3 stars, and 3 of them are corners. So our cornerback room is going to be pretty solid. But outside of that, we're in a lot of trouble. It's time that we look at any transfers available from California, see who we can get, and that list is probably going to be small. I'm looking for guys that can make an instant impact, but there's not that much left available from the state of California, so we're also going to be targeting some punters and kickers. And there are some players that are so interested in just having a shot at playing time that they're willing to give us a chance. Not everybody, though. Our class is going to finish with 23 stars because we lost a few more battles to end out the year, but I'm okay with it. We got Juan Clay, who's going to just have impact development. development, I was hoping for a little bit better out. And there was one guy that had elite development, but you never notice it much on offensive linemen. He'll progress about the same as the rest. Sacramento State's first class is ranked inside the top 50. With all the changes that I made and the coordinators that I brought in to help, we've been able to build a 76 overall roster for season number 2. Our progression looks a lot better. And Zachary Bloom is a corner of got to keep a close eye on because he has a ton of skill caps available. He can develop so much, and he also is 99 speed. For a good return man. I do think that Jaden Rashada's days of getting progression, though, have pretty much gone out the window. Capped out around an 80. He can get a little bit more lucid and quick, but that's it for him. We still have 20 coach points that we can spend, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure our corners can progress even quicker. We have 5 of them on the field at once. With safeties, that is, and if you look at schedule for year number 2. It opens up pretty tough. It doesn't get that much easier throughout it either. I don't know how we're going to do. If I had to guess, it's not going to be great, but we can go after the number 1 player in the country. He's from California, so I feel like we have to take those shots. But I should also start to consider some of our team needs because we have a lot of seniors and juniors on this team and not many underclassmen. So we got to fill out those spots too. When you take a first look at the guys that we're going after in season number 2, you're probably thinking, I'm out of my mind, and you were probably correct with that. But think about this. We didn't land the 3 stars that we wanted last year. So if we're already going to lose those first battles, why not try and land the 94 speed 4-star gym? Do I think it's going to work? Not really, but we have to get through these first few painful games anyway. And although our team overall is not that far off of the Cougars, it's not been a good day. It's taken us 3 quarters to find the end zone, and it seems like they're going to be able to do the same thing just a couple of plays later. I wish that this could have been a winnable matchup for us, but here at the end of the game, we're just going to throw another interception. They're going to probably have a chance at returning this as well, which is going to make this worse. And I hope our team doesn't hang their heads too low because we facing a top 25 program. Apparently, though, that loss was enough for the 2 5-star recruits from California to immediately lock us out. And before you doubt our chances on the 4 stars too much, we're in first place for Bobby Lincoln. It's basically a guarantee that we're going to lose our next game as well. But you have to think, losing 20-17 to a top 10 team is not the end of the world. What would be the end of the world, though, was if this found a way to lose to that CS school, because this is the one game on our schedule that should be a win, and we need to keep it that way. If we don't, then we're not going to have as many fans out at these games as we do at the moment. And I like how much of Sacramento came out and supported their team throughout this game. Even though we're not the best in the world, we won 1 game last season. We've been able to put on a performance in this one. We've made sure that we have established ourselves, and we're clearly good enough not be at the FCS level anymore, but we have to take another step forward to be at the FBS one. As time goes on in the season, it's seeming like we're not going to have any issues when it comes to losing battles for 3 stars this year, which is good news, and we have a chance at getting a couple of these 4 stars too, including the gym. I just fear that as we lose more games, all of that's going to fall away. But there was a nice surprise. Getting in some of the coaches that I liked has allowed us to take down Rice on the road, so we're currently sitting at 2-4. And although we haven't made any signings yet, we lost our 1 battle to UCLA, which we were winning up until that one last week. We are in a position where 3 of these 4 stars could still commit to our school. One of them's probably a lost cause, but the other 3 I have on a visit for week 9 against our rival Stanford. And if they still haven't committed by then, plus we pull it off, I think that's where we get some shocking news. It would certainly help us, though, to beat schools like UMass. Instead, they basically doubled our score. And that is what has catapulted Stanford in front of us for multiple of these battles, USC as well. So we're not winning them. We are 1 week away, though, from hopping into our 3rd and final regular season game of the year. And after being pounded by Ohio State, we need to win our final 4 to make it to a bowl. I'm pretty sure that going down the motivator tab isn't going to help us win a bowl game, but we're still going to do this for our player development. Put in work, Tier 3 is the most effective part of this. And whether or not we sign multiple 4 stars comes down to this moment. I went after some of the people that I did in that first year so we could have an opportunity in game to beat Stanford. And as you can see, in the 3rd quarter, we're up by 1, but we're also going for it on 2. That was probably not my wisest decision, but they aren't going to be able to throw it in. They're going to miss a tackle, and then clicking on to another player gets them in. I am so bad at open field tackling on this game. That could have been picked. But by the time there was only about 4 minutes left, we tie things back up, and then they made a great throw. I think at some point we're just going to have to bring a blitz. Good play action from them to go all the way to the crib. And if Jaden Rashada can carry us down the field, then we're going for the 2-point conversion. It's not looking like that's happening, though. On 3rd and 23, we just wanted to get a few yards. But our offensive line hasn't believed in giving us any time, so we're going to have to playmaker over the zones on 4th down, and this is going to be out of reach. Even if we didn't come out on top, it felt like a great effort. I'm hoping that those 4-star recruits still will consider State. And I'm here to tell you we do still have a slight chance. It's just not a good one. Stanford is really beat this out right now at basically everything. Well, there it is. Bobby Lincoln, who I mentioned at the beginning of the season, has come to the Hornets. Now, I don't want to talk about how much we had to pay. What's crucial is we made this happen, so more will follow in the future. Even if it's not this season, I would have loved to have John Kelly. There's a lot of players, though, that up at the last second. Like you can see, Fresno State is making a massive gain on. And if I stay committed to only going after 3 stars again, we're going to be stuck with a very. Our final game of the season was against Toledo, where like JC went off for a bit, and that means I am happy to say that we finished out the year 3-9 instead of 2-10. As long as we're making progress, I'm happy with it. And Jaden Rashada threw for twice as many touchdowns, so that counts as progress. Josh Carrera, our running back, was able to average 3 yards per carry. Last year, our best running back was only able to get like 100. Yards. And we had 3 guys over 500 receiving yards, where if you remember last year's stats, we didn't even have 1 player touch those numbers. Unfortunately, though, things aren't progressing as well as you might think. We just lost a lot of good starters to graduation, and on top of this, you haven't seen how many battles. We've only been able to sign 7 players, and 3 guys went to other California schools. Fresno State has been our big so far, and there's no guarantees that we're going to get these players either. We have just 11 players on our board at the moment. There's 1 transfer that would consider playing Sacramento State from California, but he's a QB. And I've been left in a position where I have to start really considering going after our recruits. I think next season we need to start putting some energy into our recruiting tree, because as you can see, we're locked out of Jason Lake, a correct hard sell on. We're losing another battle. And I don't know if this says more about us hitting rock bottom or UCLA, but we lost a battle on a 2-star, so we couldn't even get that going right. We did find another player with a development, though, this run stopper. And this class is even going to be inside the top 100. It was right outside. Although some players like Desmond Ivy have progressed up to an 87 overall, and we have an 80 overall team, knowing how few guys are on this roster, I'm going to have to go after 1 and 2. We only have 57 of our 85 slots filled, and I'm pretty sure we're about to lose another 20 players. So I need to somehow be able to sign a full class of guys from California, and there's only one way that I know how to act. It's not going to be fun. It's actually gross, but I know that there's no one else going after some of these. But then I realized there were unlimited 1-stars to choose from, so we might as well go for the 2 stars until we stoop that low. Funny enough, while offering a bunch of these player scholarships, we have now gotten 2 insta commits on 3 stars, but I didn't get a single insta commit on any of the 2. And if you take a look at our schedule, it starts off a little bit easier before it just.
For this video, we're going to be on Rod Wave firing up his girlfriend's G right after his house was broken. I ain't hear that. Oh no. On Rod Wave firing up his girlfriend's G right after his house was broken into. I ain't hear that. Oh. Let's lock in here tonight. May 20th, 2025. Rod Wave was taken into custody and booked into the Baltimore County Jail in Atlanta. A long list of charges would range from aggravated assault, possession of a firearm, pointing or aiming a gun at another person, and tampering with evidence. A total of 13 charges, with damn near half being felonies, has left fans wondering what the hell happened. Fade TV posted Instagram Rod Wave's affidavit, and according to the arrest affidavit, on May 13th, officers executed a search warrant at Rod Wave's 7.5, 14,000 square foot, 3-acre mansion that last sold in 2004 for $9 million. Specifically, detectives wanted the home security footage. Right. They believe the video recordings gave evidence of a previous burglary turned shooting that took place at the residence. Recovering the recording device, detectives found footage from April 1st. Reviewing the footage. That's how you got. Sound like burglary. He was shooting at his girlfriend. What they got to do with somebody breaking in a crib, though? You know what I'm saying? Unless it's understanding. But now, they saying the police was looking at the security footage to try to figure out a burglary that was going on. They end up going back to April, and I think that's when they seen him shoot at his girl. The master bedroom window was broken, indicating someone broke into Rod Wave's house.
Okay.
But video 2 days before.
2 days before.
Wasn't there. Rod Wave sent this realtor to check on the home, and she could be seen on surveillance walking around the garage pulling out before leaving and returning with another realtor.
Right.
They take pictures of the residence and open the garage door where a Mercedes G-Wagon parked.
Okay.
They were not seen taking anything from the home, and eventually left.
Okay.
Rod Wave's girlfriend, Minnie Barbie, whose real name is Manariah Andrews, can be seen pulling W.
Right.
Shortly after, Rod Wave and an associate would pull up in an SUV.
Okay.
Rod and his associate can be seen carrying bags and what appeared to be a box from the residence while his girlfriend followed. While the surveillance footage had no audio, it appeared to detectives that Rod Wave was arguing with his girlfriend.
Okay.
She could be seen yelling at Rod, who in return pulled out a Glock 20 10mm pistol from under his left arm, opening fire at his girlfriend's G-Wagon that he bought her.
Like, I'm sorry, bro. Nothing a female ever say to me. I don't give a damn who it is. My mama, who it is, bro. There's nothing a female could ever say to me that's gonna make me pull a chopper out, a 10mm Bear Glock out from under my arm and even point it at her, let alone pull the trigger and empty the clip at her? That's crazy. That's weird. I want to put y'all on to some of the easiest money you'll ever make. So what? Freecash.com is a website that allows you to literally get paid hundreds of dollars just for playing video games. All you need is an email and a password. Follow the directions on each of the campaigns, and you can earn at least $100. My personal favorite game to play was Sunrise Island, and when I clicked on it, they had a $300 bonus. I got $370 just for playing the video game on my phone. On average, it only takes about 17 minutes to start earning money on freecash.com. So if you need some free, easy, extra money, go to freecash.com, click the QR code right here, or go in the description below and start getting that back. You did.
Denver mattress going undercover problems. And if you wake with aches and pains, we recommend Orthopedic Adapt with innovative technology that temper adapt improves your points so you get deep undisturbed rest all night long. Temper Adapt at Denver today.
Kajak's best time to travel tool to find a perfect time to go where. Then do what people do. Get distracted shopping for sunheads, celebrities and sunheads. Celebrity home. Come on, redheads. What were you doing? Oh yeah, back to Kayak for a great deal.
There ain't even nothing a nigga could really say to me that's gonna make me blick. Unless that nigga say, I'm about to unalive you. Okay, then bang. We being the messed up, homie, with me. That's the only thing anybody could ever say to me that would ever make me pull out, and let alone pull out and blow. It's crazy, bro. Do your homework.
The staying G-Wagon on their Instagram. Detectives would count Rod shot 14 times.
14
until
times.
the weapon was empty.
That's crazy.
11 bullets would strike the G-Wagon. 1 round struck Rod's Rolls, and 1 round struck a wall.
And you don't even got aim. You couldn't even hit big ass G-Wagon 14 times? You missed? That's it. That's bad.
14th bullet was never recovered. While Rod was shooting, his associate was unfazed, as if he knew it was going.
I mean,
He just continued to place things from the house inside of the SUV.
Okay, see, now that make it really weird. That means he did like this before. Anytime. So if you, I was sitting here with this girl arguing, and he pulled out a Glock and started busting. I mean, whoa. Look at me. Been here before. Let me get my shit. That tell a whole nother story. So do your homework.
Rod's girlfriend, on the other hand, ducked down and ran inside of the house in fear. She then ran from the house to a nearby neighbor, called her mother, telling her Rod Wade shot her car up, and telling her mom to call 911.
Well, bitch,
Rod
why you call
could be
now?
seen on camera running in front of the yard as detectives believed he was now panicking, knowing his girlfriend went to the neighbors to call the police.
Hell yeah.
Rod's associate would also seem to panic as they both jumped into the SUV, but their exit was blocked on the Barbie's BMW. With Rob arriving, he reversed into the BMW in an attempt to push it out of the way, leaving his tires spinning. Pulling back on his Rob's associate would shut the garage door to prevent the shot-up G-Wagon. Rob would get out of the phone, and his associate would begin collecting shell casings. Rob would attempt to drive around the BMW, but ended up striking a staircase and blowing out his front tire, disabling the SUV. Getting out, Rob would grab shell casings near the windshield wipers, throwing them onto the stairs before calling someone else on the phone. Rob would lock the SUV, lock up the house, and leave through the back of the residence. Detectives would locate a damaged backyard fence, leading them to believe 300-pound Rob really broke the fence while escaping through.
He said, I can't jump the fence. Oh, I'm breaking that bitch down like Humpty Dumpty. The Kool-Aid man. Don't look at me like that. Tell jokes. He tell you homework. Homework on weird guys looking at the females, bro. So when you look at females, I get to call you Kool-Aid man, especially if you big. Do your homework. Do your homework on instead of worrying about shooting to get your big ass on the treadmill because your heart's screaming. Come on now, if you can't run from the crime, don't do the damn crime. Fuck doing the time. How you gonna commit a crime you can't even run from the scene? You do that? Stop, because I don't want to offend nobody. I don't want to offend nobody. Shut up. But you gonna get these jokes, nigga. You blinking at like this is weird. We watched the video, but 1090J got all the details. Which sometimes I'm not gonna lie, Jay. You hear me sometimes. Getting all the different. But let's keep on.
What do you love about being outdoors? Lighting the barbecue, hitting the trail with a few friends, cheering your team on in the tailgate. However you spend your time outside, Arctic is made for it. Made for real life. Made for real life budgets. And made with quality materials and innovative designs that can lock in the cold. Engineered for built to last. Never ever overburdened.
Building lifelong relationships, one customer at a time.
We strive to be a company employees want to work for, customers want to build lasting relationships with, and investors want to participate in its success.
We create an experience for our customers that fulfills and exceeds their financial needs.
Through the pursuit of value and service to our community.
These are not just expressions. They are our mission, our vision, and foundation of opportunity we share with you.
We are Prospect Bank.
The Opportunity Bank.
Detectives were now confident they had video evidence clearly showing Rod and his associate working together to alter the scene of the shooting, and later discovered Rod contacted his bodyguard to pick them up from the scene to avoid apprehension while taking evidence from the scene to make it appear Rod was never there, and no crime happened other than burglary.
So let me tell you this, folks. These niggas be in they when, especially these singing niggas, they be in they feelings, folks. I'm not surprised. It's like how his songs be. I'm like, gang, you can't be this, but how you just like, damn, like some of his songs just be over sad. Like, bro, you can't be in your feelings this much. Especially you got me in my feelings listening to the damn song. And it brings you feel me? I was sitting there damn near crying. Probably got in this feeling. She probably said, and you, that's why you 300 pounds, big little nigga. He said, what? I went down, folks. I'm not surprised, man. That do shit like this, you're a weirdo, bro. I'm not even gonna say I'm sorry. But what could your girlfriend ever say to you to make you like? What could she ever do other than trying to actively unalive you? Other than coming at you with a knife or a goddamn samurai sword, or other than having a gun on her herself and blinking at you first, what could your girlfriend ever do to make you pull a pipe out and blow it? Like, that's crazy.
Due to this information, probable cause was found to arrest Rob Williams on charge of aggravated assault, pointing a range firearm at another person.
Do he get attempted murder?
Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, 2 counts of reckless conduct, 2 counts of criminal damage to property, 2 counts of obstruction of law enforcement, 2 counts of tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Now, I don't think this should come as a surprise that one of the top artists making emotional music reacted emotionally to someone breaking into his mansion. Oh, no. But to shoot the shit out of his girlfriend, G-Web, is a little bit over the top. A little. But we don't know if she was picking his ear off on the phone. It don't matter. At the end of the day, he bought the car, most likely owns the car, and he didn't cause her actually any harm aside from what? Stress. The paperwork never stated he done at her or threatened her with it, even though that's what he's with. But Rod has Drew Finley behind him. You know, Dirk's lawyer, Young Boy's lawyer. Bringing this shit is about.
Pause, bro. Pause, bro. Bro. That's weird, bro. Like, you don't get no. I'm not giving that nigga no pass. I don't give a damn what the case is, bro. You pulled your gun on. If you directly aimed it at her or not, bro. You pulled your gun out. How weird can you gotta be? Would you kick it around a nigga that did that?
Yo.
You got mad at. I don't give a damn how much.
Yo.
Could be bitching more than anything, bro. I'm not pulling out no gun and blinking it the vicinity of our girl ever in life. Like, is y'all cool? That's you ain't get that nigga ain't getting no passes for me. He's a certified weirdo. Certified. Damn.
About to go away with the quickness, but Rod's girlfriend who claimed him for both. On the night the burglary took place, police responded to the mansion receiving reports of a domestic dispute with witnesses. Minnie Barbie was outside crying as she was the one that discovered the home had been broken into, with the safe in the basement being dragged across the floor before being empty. Right. The investigation revealed bullet casings, bullet holes, 2 shot-up luxury vehicles, a handgun, a broken window by the pool, and a hammer in a bush. This thing resembled a fucking shootout, leaving detectives wondering what actually took place, which led to the search warrant for the surveillance.
Okay, so I get
Now, Finley would comment, only saying no truth to the charges. Broadway was a burglary and committed. How he was even charged as a result of the situation is incomprehensible, and this will absolutely be resolved in favor of Ron Wade. Okay. Obviously, Drew isn't going to comment on the alleged video that's been recovered, but eventually, that argument.
Yeah, they gonna have to talk. They gonna
I find it highly disrespectful, being a big guy myself, that detectives assume Rod Wade broke the backyard fence by jumping over it. And if they had that on video, I ain't gonna lie, that shit would have.
Yeah, they need to release that.
Jump a fence. But anyways,
even they talking about he ran. Like, can you imagine that? That needs to jump. Release that. Now, Jerry, we want to see that.
They got her a little something. A little something, Dad?
Hold up. Walt rolled his 401k account into an Empower IRA and like this. I'm for to splurge. Get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
You should switch to 1-800 Contacts because it's super easy, so cheap.
Shipping costs, doctor office visit fees. It was cheaper on 1-800 Contacts than
1-800 Contacts always has my exact same brand in stock, and then they deliver to your door. But why would you not have your contacts delivered?
It's the future. It's amazing.
1-800 Contacts gives us really fast shipping, and it takes 5 days.
Not even.
It's shipped to you super quick and easy.
It's like a box with a cape. And it's free.
I save at least over $200 per visit through 1-800 Contacts.
My whole family, it's easily in the hundreds.
Gas being what it is now. Oh my gosh, I can't even. Like hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Ah, I should have done it sooner.
1-800.
To hear that this happened and the detectives are alleging they have the video of him pulling out the gun, shooting up the car, and then covering up every place.
That's bad.
I'll say this. If a crime was committed, it isn't as serious as what he's been charged with. And if you've ever been locked up, you might have heard of the spaghetti effect. When you throw a plate of spaghetti at the wall, it flaps, starts to come down, and eventually the majority of the shit hits the floor while a couple of things are standing. And that's what I think is going to happen with charges.
Right.
He's been hit with a bunch of charges that are serious, but I think that his lawyer picked them apart strategically.
Man, lock that
in a
in.
manner in which, maybe he gets probation,
Probably.
maybe he gets time served,
Probably.
community service,
Yeah,
whatever. I don't know the who's in Georgia, but firing a gun, discharging a firearm in public is a misdemeanor in Florida. The South has lenient 4th of July people to shoot guns off and shit. Maybe his lawyer, at the end of the day, he fired into something that he bought. He bought the G-Wagon. And if you're a YouTuber and you're shooting guns on your property, shit you own, it's not that the deal, you know what I mean? But that's going to be something for his lawyer.
Yeah, but where was the girl at, bro? Because if the girl was all here, there's no reason for her to run and go call the police, all that shit. There's no reason to do that. Be crying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. I think it's weird. I think the shit is weird. I feel like he should get his ass. I hope he get his ass locked. I don't care what nobody say. I hope it's weird ass get locked. He's a weirdo, bro. Do your homework. And they saying this shit is yo, man. I hope she comes snitch on his motherfucking ass, and I hope he goes to jail. Prison. Listen, I wouldn't wish prison on my worst enemy. Fuck you. Just watched the documentary of this dude on Netflix. He was unaliving his kids, innocent people. He had all their dead bodies in his house. Listen, like, stop. Killing they out on causing havoc. Unaliving people up clubs, unaliving babies. And listen, gang, I wish jail on some crazy, weird shit like this, so I hope you go to jail. Nigga, you ain't get caught beating, looking at towards a female. That's weird. Yeah. So that's what I want to know. I want to know where was the girl at in all of this, the whole situation. Where was the girl at? That's what I want to know.
I don't think he caused harm or threatened his girlfriend. Okay. I think that if your home gets broken into, you're empty. We don't know how much money he lost. Doesn't matter. Like, you're gonna be pissed, right? And maybe
Have you ever got mad and shot up? That's like, what? I got mad and punched something before. I ain't never got mad and pulled no gun out and just blicked at my G-Wagon.
he lost shit worth more than that fucking G-Wagon. But fuck your car.
And that's
I just lost all this shit. And he did what he allegedly. We don't know. We're just the bystanders that are going to sit back and see what the fuck happens with this case. And the fact that he has one of the best lawyers. Yeah, some federal shit. And Ron Wade is not a felon. He can legally out there if he had.
Right.
It's another important piece of information. As far as trying to cover up his tracks and, taking the shell casings and that, look, we're just going to have to see how it plays out. He's already out on. I highly doubt he's stressing the shit. I mean, bro, if you got a $9 million mansion and you can afford to shoot into a wagon of a Rolls Royce, pretty sure he's stressing this. But hey, let me know y'all's thoughts and opinions in the comment section.
Yeah, that's it. I feel like a lot of these YouTubers do not be saying real. That's where I come in, baby. You feel me? That's why y'all rock with me. Broadway's a certified weirdo. Stitched, goddamn it, Teddy Stone, weird man. Weirdo, big man. Kool-Aid. The weirdo Kool-Aid. Big man has lost it. His cup has overflown. He does not know what to do. Bum great. And he the red. So that's the big one. Y'all tripping at him, man. That shit weird, bro. That's weird. And then you know girl screaming, keep blinking his gun into the car, like what you got going on, bro? Just weird shit. That's just weird. care what's it like. It's weird. And you might not want to call it what it is. Man.
When I decided to get a master's degree, I heard it all. It's too expensive, too time-consuming. But then I found WGU. Their online course is flexible, and the tuition is budget-friendly. Plus, transferring credits from my previous college was and the skills I'm learning in the WGU master's program, it's already making way to take that next big leap in my career. And the best part is, I have to break the bank to get here. Explore your degree options today. Learn more at w.edu.
At this point, Lil Tim had already killed 4 people in the streets, with King Von making it a total of 5 bodies. But from the footage, we can see that Lil Tim was extremely calm and calculated in this chaotic situation to have his whole team of Jughouse Gang and Roland 60s crib members armed and ready to catch another bullet.
Oh, 6 old guys! What a... I came out here to...
Those people who loved King Von would seemingly be on the hunt, state to state, with just one objective in mind: slide the ball. After King Von wound up losing his life so suddenly, a lot of people were asking questions. But unusually, in this case, it wouldn't take long until they were answered, because the surveillance footage of Von's death leaks near immediately after the incident, and internet detectives on social media were quickly able to identify Lil Tim as the shooter, all based on the grey hoodie that he was wearing, both the shooting footage and social media clips from earlier that day at the music video shoot. And a very small group of people who were highly knowledgeable about Savannah Street history and Lil Tim's past will begin posting about the situation, with claims circulating around this time that at this point Lil Tim had already killed 4 streets, with King Von making it a total of 5 bodies. Whether or not this is definitively true, I cannot say. But one thing that is clear is that from the footage, we can see that Lil Tim was extremely calm and calculated in this chaotic situation. Perhaps this is the result of having been a hardened veteran of numerous street shootouts.
It might have been that, but bro, it's just the fact that he was Quando Rondo only. He ain't slow. He know what he there for. You see what I'm saying? You know why he's with Quando gang on, bro. And I don't care nothing about, like, I don't agree with this whole situation, but I don't care nothing about that. Oh, he's fighting and all that. No, bro. On phone him. If I'm with it, I don't even have to be. He don't even have to be the breadwinner. If I'm with my homie, chilling in the car, sitting there talking, and I see my homie getting the shit beat out of him by some big from Chicago with dread, then I look to my right and I see 1,000 niggas right behind him. I'm getting out blasted too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just don't have to be what it is. But we ain't finna be sitting here fighting. No, I'm not finna win the fight. You can come back, shoot at me, and about to pop you.
And she saw one comment on the footage that I thought was very telling. It says, "Only he knows what he's done, but you can tell from the video that the Von shooting wasn't his first rodeo. He was cool and composed, coming from the other side of the car, whilst all the other dudes were running around like chickens with their heads carved. They were all up forward and get licks in on Quando, and the whole time Tim was in the back, lurking, just trying to get close enough for a kill shot. This shows me that he had been there. He held his head when others around him lost theirs. Text for example, why you can't take anyone lightly."
Hold on, y'all, because y'all know I love on to that easy money. CashKick.com is a free to use cash rewards marketplace that helps you save and grow your money. This is some of the simplest and easiest ways to make money right now. All you have to do is play mobile games on your phone, and you can earn up to $500 per deal. Now remember, I said CashKick.com is free to use, so they will never, ever, ever ask you to send them any type of money. Signing up is super easy. All you need is an email and a password. Once you sign up, all you have to do is download your first offer and start making money. Now your offers and reward amounts can change at any time. So that means you can download a game on your phone, play it for long enough, make $500 on one day, and the next day you can download a whole other game, play it for long enough, make $300. Next day, same thing. This is some of the easiest money I can tell you about right now. And again, you can earn up to $500 per deal. So this is what I need you to do. Go to CashKick.com, make you an account, activate your account. Make sure you turn on allow tracking on your phone so that the app can actually track how much you're playing the game and earn you some of the easiest money. Y'all can't say I ain't never did nothing for you.
You would think some Southside Chicago dudes in their late 20s and early 30s would be the ones who move like veterans in that situation.
And that's why when they get interviews on like 600 Breezy or like O Block J Hood, gang, if that was my homie, if we finna, gang, if you finna go, what? First thing I'm doing is moving them. Punch him up. Oh, bro, I probably end up hitting some of my homies. That's how it's just going down. Y'all know y'all been in a situation where, well, not all of y'all, but I've been in situations where my homie fighting and my homie gets to going off and he get hit or he beat whatever, and I look and I see where his homie's at and I just get to swing and punch him. Oh, I'm getting hit, they getting hit, everybody getting hit. You feel me? That's what was supposed to go on.
If from Seaport who couldn't even legally drink 2 years ago, and if Von's people knew it was smoke like that, they should have been on that map like blue.
I don't think they knew it was smoke like that. I think Von ain't say nothing to them at all. So Von probably was on some go to the club. I seen him get out the car and everybody kind of followed the leader, but I could tell none of them people knew what was going to happen. Bro. None of them.
Golden goods. He was going to set them all up for life. They should have been watching his every move like a hawk. Nobody should have been able to get close enough to Von to even cuss him out, let alone fight him, and damn sure not actually kill him. You're going to tell us your homeboy had the potential, but you and all your kin in a different tax bracket, you let that opportunity slip away. Where do they do that? That man wouldn't have even thrown a splinter around me. I wouldn't even throw like
I agree with him on that.
There ain't no excuses for that.
I agree with him on that. Bro, Braves, nigga, when I was in Miami, I'm listening now, but when I was in Miami 20, when I first started getting money on, I got a watch on, I never had this type of stuff going on around me before. And I'm outside and people know me and they come and pictures and I wasn't nowhere near on King Von level, but ain't nobody let me nothing happen. My homies was around me like the motherfucking Secret Service, you know what I'm saying? Like, hell no.
I'm saying they're not killers. They damn sure didn't keep their wits about them in that Bond situation.
Right.
Golden Goose safe.
They thought it was taking ass time to be at the club.
Chaotic situation where Bond lost life. The world now knew that Lil Tim was the man who had taken the life of Chicago's most buzzing rapper and one of the city's most infamous killers. And soon, people will be commenting on Instagram saying that he's a dead man and tagging Lil Durk, saying that this is the guy who killed Von, with people reacting to the accusations on Twitter and telling people to delete the tweets pinning the crime on Tim, going as far as to call people the police for circulating Lil Tim's social media profile. However, some people close to Tim and Quando would actually encourage people to look closer at their street credentials. For example, Lil Pap would tell fans looking into Lil Tim to Google their gang OTM and see how real they are. Even going on to tweet support for Tim, saying that if your homie is getting jumped and you don't do anything, you're a bitch. With Pab even talking down on Von for getting killed, trying to get a viral moment by trying to fight Quatter, tweeting that Tim is going to beat the body because he had every right to shoot Von, and saying that everybody dissing Tim right now is not safe on their block. With Pab even going on to say that you don't have to be a thug to get killed, because people get killed daily for doing dumb shit, and then tweeting suggesting that he was smoking on Von, and tweeting Free Leaky and Lil Tim, even going on to tweet that he can't wait to hear Lil Tim's version of Crazy Story. Crazy Story being the title of one of the most famous songs that Tim dropped in his career. This was essentially...
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You know, this probably why Lil Durk and them probably stopped going at Quando, because they figured out they got Lil Pab. See, I didn't know Lil Pab was involved with all. I didn't know he was involved.
But Lil Pab wasn't the only one disrespecting King Von after his death. Other OTM members seemingly take to social media saying that they have millionaire smoke, dissing King Von and O-Block, the block in Chicago that he comes from, and the gang of the same name.
We got new smoke. New smoke. What you play those sound like? Those fun night. But step by the foot of white, I never told them that I like it.
Numerous people affiliated with 33rd Street would go on to post on social media disrespecting Von, but this was far from a one-sided conflict. In the immediate aftermath, friends and affiliates of King Von from Chicago would respond on social media, particularly 600 Breezy, who would make posts on social media suggesting that he was headed to NBA Youngboy's hometown of Baton Rouge with his steppers. A few days later, on November the 12th, 600 Breezy would mock Quando Rondo, saying that that first punch that Von hit him with was like a punch from the heavyweight boxing legend Mike Tyson. A lot of people would give their 2 cents on the situation, but 600 Breezy would end up being one of the most outspoken people on this situation as time went on. But eventually, people would finally hear directly from the person at the center of the whole altercation, because just 2 weeks after the killing, on the 20th of November 2020, Quando Rondo would call when he was spotted commenting #FreeLilTim in front of 1.5 million people watching the Gucci Mane versus Young Jeezy versus. And this was an event notable for a jaw-dropping moment when Gucci Mane says that he is smoking on Pookie Loc, a friend of Young Jeezy's, Gucci Mane apparently killed in a self-defense shooting during a failed robbery. A situation not entirely dissimilar to what happened with Von trying to jump Quando and getting killed himself in the process. Perhaps Quando's comment at this very relevant moment was intended as marketing, because the very same day that this happened, Quando Rondo would come out and release a new song titled End of Story. The title seemingly being a reference to King Von's Crazy Story series of storytelling songs, with Quando's song End of Story essentially being a disrespectful title, flipping the name of Von's song Crazy Story and saying that he ended King Von's story. Combine that with
then he tried to come out and talk about Quando. I remember this though. Quando got on an interview talking about something. I didn't even know that was the name of his song.
The cover art for the song was a picture of Quando and Lil Tim taken on the set of that music video shoot that took place just before Von was killed. And in the song End of Story, Quando explains his side of the incident, expressing frustration about Lil Tim being judged for opening fire and saying that other people's friends would have left him behind and not have defended him like Lil Tim did. Quando would rap that if the shoe was on the other foot and if it was Quando who got killed by one of Von's shooters, the fans would have probably been celebrating. With Quando rapping outright that his man Lil Tim did nothing wrong, and if your friends wouldn't do the same for you, you shouldn't have them around you. But Rondo would go even further than just giving his side of the story.
I ain't on no picket sides. I'm from Chicago and all that, boy, but at the game, he ain't do nothing he wasn't supposed to do. Yes.
Drop lyrics that seem to be a direct sign of disrespect for Von and his entourage from Oblong, essentially dissing Von and his friends, saying blood on your brother on the ground, don't pick your mans up, and rapping that him and Tim are claiming self-defense and that Von should have never put his hands on Quando. Quando would claim that this situation had now led to $1 million bounty being put on his head, with Quando taunting his new ops from Chicago, saying, is that all you got? Why not make it $8 million? Now, this might sound like a light-hearted lyric, but make no mistake, King Von and his close label mate Lil Durk
Let Sir is in the studio with me. Ain't no such thing as that. Playing the entourage, you with me? I hang with all.
Their own statements are surrounded by killers and murderers. And Lil Durk's one of the real rappers in the game. So an alleged $1 million bounty from this particular group of gang-affiliated Chicago real rappers is nothing to be trifled with. Only days after Von's death, rumor would circulate that Lil Durk had bought all of the tickets for Quando's next show, set for the 28th of November in Georgia. The show would be cancelled, and the venue, Shot Flow Entertainment Center, would soon let fans know that the cancellation was a direct result of Quando's legal situation. In fact, the very day that Quando released his song End of Story, 600 Breezy would take to his IG story to tell Quando to stop cancelling shows and daring him to perform that song End of Story live. But despite the heat in the streets and the music industry, it seemed that Quando and his camp weren't planning to put any respect on Von's name. On November the 24th, Quando posts a cryptic tweet on the situation, saying simply, we can't see. But Quando wasn't the only one using music to prod his rivals. It was a week after End of Story dropped, King Von's close friend and former mentor Lil Durk would on November the 27th, 2020, a snippet of Lil Durk's upcoming song, Hellcats and Trackhawks, circulates online, with lyrics suggesting that his crew are looking for Quando at his shows. Perhaps a reference to the rumor that Lil Durk had bought all the tickets to Quando's recent booking. Now, that track, Hellcats and Trackhawks, would later release in full, and it came along with more lyrics where Lil Durk seemed to suggest that they were trying to catch Lil Tim at Blast, as well as a line directed towards Quando or Youngboy saying that they're not feeling your favorite rapper. Then, a day after the snippet releases, on the 28th of November, when that original Quando Rondo show was due to take place, it would be revealed that the mayor of Macon, Georgia, had cancelled Quando's scheduled performance, something that would be confirmed in a tweet from Lil Pap. And Lil Pap would go on to diss King Von on Twitter following the news of the show's cancellation, expressing frustration about all of the hate that Quando is getting on social media, with Pap saying that because the show got cancelled, people were calling Quando scared, but Von is the one who is dead. Quando himself would go live to address the situation at a gas station in a menacing clip where he claimed to have his whole team of Jump Out Gang and Rolling 60s Crip members armed and ready to catch another bullet.
Listen, I have a mentorship called the Moolah Membership where I'm going to teach you how to get rich with business, YouTube, crypto, stocks, financial literacy, credit, every single way. I became a millionaire by the time I was 23 years old. I'm going to teach you step by step for only $50. Click the first link in the description right now and get added to my group chat where I'm going to give you one-on-one help to make sure you get rich in 2024. Pick it right now. Stop tweaking because we got very, very, very limited spots, and I don't want you to miss this bag.
Now, the police, the council, the show, guys. That thing got me blown. We were ready. We were ready. Yeah, yeah. Ain't jump out shake. 30 flip on me, jump out shake. Man, that got me blown. It's going with you. Man, that got me blown. Hey. Whoa. Got the police start cancel the show, dog. Hey, y'all boys go ahead. Stop. Hope so we can do a show. That bitch ass. Go ahead, holy God. We got to help us know. Whoa. Hey. Oh, see, now this is where I think all the mistakes was happening, bro. You get me? If you would have just been on some chill shit, bro, if you would have been on some I wish I ain't had to do that to bro, or you did, I feel like it would have been different. But you got all the guys at the gas station, you steady talking about on the dead homies car, you steady talking about cuz and on crib and on 6-0 and all this, folks. Then it's like, that's just gonna bring more smoke on you, man. That ain't gonna do nothing good. It's just gonna bring more and more and more and more and more smoke. Why would you want more smoke to come on you so you got more homies down here, more homies getting shot? Why would you even want that, bro? Yeah, I feel like Quando came out on top, just like the Bloodhound Lil Jeff situation and the Trap City situation. Quando came out on top and he was feeling himself, bro. And everybody there feeling themselves like they want a Call of Duty match. And that resulted in just more bullshit. I know I got on new clothes and everything like that, so this later in the day. We're going to continue the video, though, on the grass. Couldn't wait. Talking about couldn't wait. Talking about black. I don't understand these niggas, bro. Couldn't wait. They were yeah, well, bitch, you talking about I ain't gonna make no money, bitch. I'm already rich. You tripping. Love you, baby. Hey, boy, let me on the iPhone charger. We've been big and ready.
In response to this, 600 Breezy would laugh at Quando on Instagram for having his show cancelled again and calling him a hoe on Twitter. In response to this, Lil Pav would clap back with more tweets on the topic later that day, saying that people in their city that used to love the crew from 33rd Street have turned on them.
Boy, these streets are so long, boy, on the grade. And I know it's like a big ass send off. I tell y'all that all the time. The streets is just a big ass send off on Fulham grade. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, bro. You can see it in his face. I got them hitters with me. Okay, so first thing you just did was on everybody here. That's the first thing. Second thing, talking about you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait for what, bro? You couldn't wait for what, bro? And then you turn around 2 years later and your cousin at the gas station, bro. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? As the leader of the whole, everybody over here, as the leader, as the nigga with the money, as the one with the crowd, as the rapper, you supposed to be like, hey, y'all, we handled our business in the streets. Keep it in the streets. We ain't finna be doing no bragging. We ain't finna be doing no clout chasing. We ain't finna be doing no tweeting. We finna be quiet as hell on bro grave. You hear? And we finna just go about our life. We finna lay low for a little minute. He chasing the clout, folks. Quando chasing the clout. He feel good right now because the whole world just be a street nigga. So he feel good, so he's finna keep feeding it. And keep feeding, and you keep feeding is what got your cousin killed. You keep feeding is what got niggas to start sending shots at you in LA. If you would have been quiet the whole time, bro, yeah, it probably would have been happening, but you think they would have been that thirsty to go do that if you would have been quiet again? Or if you would have been like, boy, rest in peace, Ron Bond was my nigga, boy, I wish that didn't happen, gang. Like, it's a bunch of unfortunate events, bro. I can't hang with niggas killing that fake cracker. And somebody couldn't wait.
600 Brits still love the country real life. Then, the day after this cancellation, Quando posts another clip to social media, wearing a mask, holding a rifle, saying that he is in Chicago and that he wants his pops to pull up, also saying that he's got no shows and to free Lil Tim.
I'm gonna get something love right now.
Come on, it don't even make sense. We in that ranch right now, pull up. We don't know where you at. What are you talking about, bro? This is like goofy. Y'all don't see how goofy this is? And y'all be in the comments, he kept it street. He kept it street. Boy, y'all is lame, gang. I ain't gonna lie like this. Mindset of this.
I ain't got no show. You know what I'm saying? Free baby boy.
In response to Quando claiming he's in Chicago, 600 Breezy would drop his address and invite Quando and his goons to pull up. From here, Quando would attempt...
See, if you gonna be crazy, be crazy. 366 East 59th Street between Calumet and King Drive. We outside. Pull up on 600 then. Talking about pull up on me. You go pull up. Come on, bro.
Breezy would drop his address and invite Quando and his goons to pull up. From here, Quando would attempt to quash rumours that he had cancelled the show because he was scared to perform by getting his promoter on the phone and posting apparent footage that confirmed the show was in fact cancelled by the promoter, not Quando.
Check this out. Listen, I got the promoter on the phone right now. This is the promoter from last night right here on the phone. All right, check this out, big bro. Please.
Like, you don't have nothing else. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop, Paul. You don't got nothing else to do with your life game but to prove to a bunch of people you don't know that you didn't cancel no game. Like, come on, bro. Y'all niggas be so lost, boy. Come on, bro. Don't you got kids, man? Like, come on, man.
I did not cancel no show bet, bro.
I didn't cancel no damn show.
The police and the mayor came at the last minute. They came at 9 o'clock and said we couldn't do the show. Now was ill.
Come on, man. Stop playing.
He's a gangster.
Look, this is him. Hold on, rewind it a little bit back so they can see his face on there. They ain't see it right here. Yeah, this is him. Yo, I thought he was tripping, boy.
Oh my God.
And we're going to reschedule that.
Come on, man. Big bro, it's up, man. It's up, big bro. I bet that, bro. Appreciate it.
Now, some people were quick to suggest that this footage was fake due to it having a 2018 date in the corner. However, in Quando's defense, this could easily just be a security camera that hasn't been time-synced, because the date is shown of the 1st of January 2018. But regardless, the pressure of having to prove himself on social media was no doubt tiring for Quando Rondo.
Like,
The following day, he seemingly deleted Instagram. A little over a week later, on December the 7th,
oh my God, don't just say this sound like, I ain't gonna lie, boy, y'all streets sound like a bunch of girls, gang. I told y'all I'm gonna stop pausing it, but oh my God. I'm gonna prove to you guys that I'm really like that, like, look at me, and then, oh my God, the pressure is getting too high, I'm gonna delete my Instagram. Like, oh niggas, boy, I'll be deep without, man.
Claiming to show Quando pleading with Lil Durk to squash the beef and complaining that he can't do shows, with Lil Durk sending him the ominous reply, "Stay safe." However, Quando would later return to social media and go on to deny that these DMs were real. However, once again, the back and forth between Quando's 33rd Street soldiers and the O-Block-affiliated goons from Chicago would intensify. The day after those supposed DMs leaked, on December the 8th, another close friend of Lil Durk and King Von from Chicago, Nemo600, would post a pic in front of a sign in Savannah, Georgia, showing the whole world that he was in Quando's home city looking for him, with Nemo later even going live at a Savannah gas station with a gun, claiming outright to be in Savannah looking for Quando and saying he has all of the killers with him, even doing an impression of Quando's earlier video at the gas station with all of his...
I'm in Savannah. On Waldo, we in Savannah, boy. M-Mart somewhere, gas station. Can't put our cars on Front Street. Got them. You know, pull up at your own risk on Steve. You don't need all the killers on Steve. You don't need everybody on the camera. Everybody's face don't need to be on. Y'all don't even need to see everybody else. No. Just know it's that, and just know they with me. Folks know. We're in Savannah in that gas station. I'm gonna keep saying Savannah, I'm Steve. Keep blowing y'all stupid ass. Yeah, I'm sticks out. Well, that? I came out here today, cuz. I came out here today, cuz. Yeah, like I can't leave my daughter all type of. Yeah. So bitch ass. All that whining and you ain't your daughter, man. I like, man. I'm sticks out, cuz. What the that? I came out here to die, cuz. Like, what the cuz? Open the door, cuz. Oh, Steve, my gun in here. Go fast, man. Don't say so, cuz. Y'all my pipe with a car, cuz. What the cuz? Ah, we dead. You stick so, cuz. Hey, y'all really coming, cuz. I came out here to die today, cuz. I came out here to die. That's what that nigga said. Don't stick so, cuz. Alright, man. I can hear your goof fans. We finna go back to Fraser Projects. Meet us at Fraser. I'm finna go shoot another thing. Y'all think I'm boys? Give me like We're like 10 minutes away.
Ironically, at one point the car even pulls up, playing music by NBA Youngboy, and you can tell for a moment that Mimo was flustered and thought that they were about to get shot up.
There's a black car pulling up. They banged some. What they listen to? On stage, they listen to. Look at them. About those to be. So, Lucy, let's go, y'all. Let's start playing on this line. Six. So, Kyle, she just put up just so I thought it was that.
Footage would later surface of Mimo dancing in a Savannah hood while filming a music video. This would lead to Savannah goons to go on live mocking Mimo for being out in the cold dancing and trying to avenge his dead homie, even going as far as to compare King Von to Lil Saint, the kid who got shot in the dance film You Got Served.
It's Bebo had a dance competition. Bebo had a dance competition with Jack Pro. Boy, and this code is a bitch. He's gonna be out. Like, yeah, that is, it's cold. In the cold. Yeah, instead of rain, your bitch ass out here in the cold. Hey, you did it for love, face, man. You gonna shoot you in your bitch. Just to stick your ass, taking the picture, and your homeboy down to me. Dead, man. You say you love this, and y'all count all these miles, man, for you to run and call me. Take your ass like a fairy. Hey. This came on. What Chicago dance doing a couple of seconds.
Okay, then they came all the way from Chicago to LA to pop his homie. That's what everybody's saying. Be the hell quiet, gang. Be quiet, bro. Be quiet, bro. It's the street, bro. Like, that's the number one rule in the street. Be the fuck quiet. Y'all so weird and low down. Like, this a grown ass man. He's telling jokes. This nigga about 4. Like, come on, gang.
To put that bitch on.
It's the end. A day later, both 600 Breezy and Mimo 600 were claimed to be spinning the block in Quando's hometown. The day after that, Lil Reese, the person who Quando was originally with on Twitter in the months before Von's death, would comment on Quando's return to Instagram, pointing out that he had blocked him. Just over a week later, December the 18th, Mimo 600 drops the video for his song Dark Yo Show, a diss song that he had filmed earlier that month in Savannah. And this song would provoke a strong response from Savannah's goons. 3 days later, one of Quando and Lil Tim's friends, Jump Out Gang Black, would drop a King Von diss song called King Tim's Story. This song would be a scathing diss track.
Rest in peace, King Von. Even though, under me, I don't know him, but I'm buying his t-shirt with Rest in Peace, King Von, because it's gonna look real cool. It's just clout. Ooh, I'm cool.
Von, with the track essentially suggesting that
lame as hell.
killed Von, he should now be referred to as King Kid, as well as rapping that he's smoking on Von. Jump Out Gang Black would go on to shout out his native Savannah gang set,
and their music be so weak,
as well as acknowledging this $1 million bounty that had been placed on Quando's head, even ending the song by dissing King Von and switching the famous lyrics from King Von's Crazy Story, where he says he's not from 63rd, saying instead they are from 33rd. But beyond the lyrics, the music video would be packed with disrespect aimed towards Von too. The video starts with a Lil Tim quote saying that if somebody has to die,
Jump Out Gang Black.
The video also shows Jump Out Gang Black burning an RIP Von t-shirt in the video, a shirt which ironically is printed in the same style as the RIP shirt for him in Huncho Reese's video. At this point, it's clear that Jump Out Gang's Quando's homies from 33rd have no intentions to put any respect on King Von's name. From here, Lil Pav would continue to disrespect King Von on Twitter, for example, laughing at a retweet saying that King Von went out like a crash dummy and got himself killed by starting a fight. But King Von's people were continuing to send shots back. King Von's uncle, Range Rover Hang, even dropped a music video for his own Crazy Story remix called Story Continues, a song that was recorded shortly before Quando's cancelled concert in Macon, with Range Rover Hang seemingly suggesting that he would arrange a hit and have people there waiting to kill Lil Tim and Quando if they performed. But these threats would naturally attract a response, as on February the 12th, 2021, Quando Rondo drops the video for his new song Soul Reaper. a video which featured Lil Pab right by his side toting a gun, and in this video, Quando Rondo uses an actor with dyed blonde dreads who looks just like King Von's friend Lil Durk. Yeah. In the music video, Quando would seemingly depict this Lil Durk lookalike getting kidnapped and shot. Meanwhile, the song itself had lyrics that seemed to reference King Von, with Quando rapping that someone ran up on me and then sprayed him, I'm talking lights out. And Quando referenced
You didn't do nothing. Stop saying we. You didn't do nothing, bro. You was just getting your ass beat. Everybody like, this is, well, all I'm trying to say, bro, ain't nobody tough, bro. Ain't nobody God. Ain't nobody bulletproof, bro. Ain't nobody the tough Tony Lake. Ain't nobody tougher than nobody, bro. It's not that hard to do like this right here with a gun and point it at somebody. It ain't that hard to do that. That don't make you a street nigga. That don't make you tough. It don't make you a savage. It just means that you defended yourself at that time, and that's cool and all. But this is extra, bro. This is a 30-minute video we reacted to about all the shit that you said, all the lives, all the songs that y'all made. Like, was you that thirsty? That's what I'm saying. Was you that like have y'all? That make a person think maybe y'all not real street, because as soon as some streets happen, y'all got on Instagram and y'all keep talking about the same thing. Like, damn, have y'all never did no streets before? Or do y'all just feel cool now that y'all did that to y'all Chicago people that y'all was low-key looking up to? Like, you know?
Just before the killing of King Von, saying that it doesn't matter who got beaten up, it's about who got killed, as well as warning Lil Durk for his earlier snippet, dissing him, saying that when he catches them, they will see who's really savage. Later that month, Quando would take the disrespect to a whole new level, and it wouldn't just be Von and Durk in the crosshairs. Quando would go live on Instagram, rapping lyrics from his upcoming song Purple Baby, saying all I smoke is dead ops, and then falling to the floor like he's dying, and saying King Von in here.
Oh, y'all look slow. Y'all lame as hell. Oh my, this is bad, bro. I ain't.
After this, Quando got in front of a piano and began to sing the names of a number of dead people who he claimed to be smoking. Some of these names were known to the public, some of them I'd never heard before, but he would claim to be smoking Purple Baby, Mooka, Emi, Baby Steve, Poncho Reese, and then ending the song when somebody in the background yells that they're smoking Von.
Where your kids at, bro? Where your kids at, bro? You doing all this for some. Where are your children at? Where are your kids, bro? This make y'all look lame. Sorry, gang. This make y'all look lame. This make y'all look lame. I'm sorry. I had to tell the truth. This makes you look like a cornball. People laughing in the comments. That's
we can't even say the last of how we smoke, because mom telling on us.
It seemed at this point, having faced virtually no consequences personally for the killing of King Von, Quando Rondo was getting more and more confident insulting Von and Durk in his music.
I think that's what Durk and them was waiting on too. Like, yeah, get the feeling yourself. Get the feeling real safe. Like, yeah, them ain't doing nothing. It's been 2 years. We out here. We cool, man. I think that was like a thought process. Like, yeah,
nigga real safe. We gonna catch him, just wait. And they called him.
Capitalizing on the situation. However, all of this was going on whilst his main shooter and protector, the man who had taken Von's life to protect Quando in the first place, Lil Tim, was still behind bars. After being arrested the morning after the Von killing, Tim spent months locked up waiting for an update on his case. And during this period, Lil Tim would call him from jail, seemingly in good spirits, and ask him to be sent money.
Problem child. Hey, Tim.
Hey, I talked to my buddy yesterday. He told me about the I'm gonna call back, but he said, bro, when you call home, it's not right. When you call home, bro, tell them folks you want.
While Lil Tim is locked up, Quando would post support for Tim online, saying that he would rather say free Tim than RIP, indicating that he's still facing legal consequences for the shooting of Von. As the months went by, pictures of Tim in jail would circulate online. A January 2021 image showed Lil Tim using a jail phone and smiling with his diamond grille shining. Eventually, Lil Tim would be released on bail, with Jump Out Gang Black and Lil Pap celebrating the release of their 33rd Street brother on Instagram and Twitter. Then, on March the 27th, 2021, Lil Tim's name would begin trending on Twitter as news of his release bail spreads, with Quando even posting on Instagram, "God is home." Then later posting a clip of them celebrating by throwing a bunch of cash in the air. However, Tim and Quando's rivals would still be watching their every as Lil Durk and Nemo 600 would like the picture along with NBA Youngboy's biggest enemy, Fredo Bang. However, this pressure didn't stop Tim from showing his face. Soon after the release, Tim would go live on Instagram, but not saying much. But as time goes by, he would get more and more confident and find subtle ways to disrespect his enemies. For example, the month before King Von was killed, in October 2020, King Von's ex-girlfriend Asian Doll would tweet publicly saying that she only dates killers with 3 bodies or more. Perhaps this was a reference to the fact that when she
Goofy hood dog. Say something like that, it's goofy hood dog. Please have at least 3 bodies where I like killers. Hood dog.
publicly saying that she only dates killers with 3 bodies or more. Perhaps this was a reference to the fact that when she split up with Von, she allegedly spent time getting close to NBA Youngboy, who just like Von, has a reputation synonymous with killing. And since we all know that Asian Doll loves to date killers, after being released, Lil Tim would hop on social media, shoot his shot, saying openly, "Somebody tell Asian Doll I want her. I heard she only likes killers." The following month, on April the 12th, 2021, Quando posts on Instagram that he has bought matching iced-out Cartier watches for him and Tim. This is perhaps a reference to earlier lyrics and tweets where Quando raps that he will give a Rolex to anybody who kills an op, with Lil Tim tweeting back, saying that he wants to find out if this is true. But anyway, despite all of the apparent disrespect coming out of 33rd Street, eventually Quando Rondo would break his silence about his involvement in the situation that claimed Von's life. In an extended interview with speaking on the situation, Quando would break down the events in a much more respectful tone than his earlier stuff, with Quando saying that before the fight broke out, he thought King Von's entourage were a group of regular people, and saying that he was just trying to let them walk past casually, being surprised when he was suddenly sucker punched by Von.
I'm thinking it's some regular individuals. I would have just tried to walk through them, next thing going, hit me.
Quando would say that the whole incident felt like an out-of-body experience.
Like, it's like I had out-of-body experience.
My whole, this is what I be meaning by this. When I say what I say on YouTube, this is what I be meaning, bro. If you would have came out with this tone the whole time, if you would have came out like, man, I don't know what happened. I thought that was some regular. I got hit. Tim popped out. Vaughn got hit. I'm like, oh, what happened? Then Tim got hit, and I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? Like, I didn't even know what was going on. Instead of you being the one that acting real tough when you knew the whole time. Anybody with some sense knew that you didn't know what was going on. I can see that. A blind man can see that. Walking regular, taking it around the cop, you end up getting hit. By the time you get hit, you don't know who that is. You don't know who these people is on some of them graves. Tim probably didn't even know who they were. Oh, bro, I highly doubt that Lil Tim was like, oh, that's King Von. Let me get out and blast him. I think Lil Tim just seen Quando getting the pause get put on him, and he hopped out blasting, as he should have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would do the same thing if I'm just chilling in the car and my homie getting the heat, and like Von a big nigga, boy. Rondo skinny like me. So if a nigga like King Von hitting on me and my homie in the car, you better get out and do something. You hear? But bro, if you get out and do something, when I find out like, oh, Von, oh, this, oh, damn. When I would have found out all that, I would have been real quiet. I would have been real respectful. I would have had a very respectful tone about it. I would have been sad and upset that it had to go on. But for him to get on Instagram, get on these songs, get on Twitter, get on YouTube, get on live, and act like he's a savage,
you acting like you put the hit out on somebody. You acting like you get what I'm saying? Like, bro, you tweaking. And at the end of the day, bro, I forgot his name, Pat, I think it is. But, gang, that end up getting, most people end up losing their life because of that, gang. So,
Dirk would later troll these comments by Quando in his own interview where he told Ebro that he wanted his concert to be like an out-of-body experience.
Like an out-of-body experience.
Quando would also claim that the moment Von came over and started to fight, he felt like the devil was coming to get him.
It's like the devil was coming. Like,
Quando would also reiterate that Lil Tim was his day one homie that would protect him from anything.
he was, one thing about it, he gonna protect me with anything, which anybody should do.
He would also say he was afraid when those gunshots were going off.
So, please let me make it home. It's like everything is like normal.
So why you ain't rap like that? I found out y'all hit, I ain't know who it was. Lil Tim hopped out and he blamed and we found out who it was. I'm sitting there thinking, Lord God, please let me make it home. Instead you get on, yeah, Savage, yeah, 33rd Street, yeah. It don't make sense to a nigga like me.
I see my partner on the ground. You feel me? Shot up.
And Quando was adamant that he didn't even know that it was King Von he'd been fighting with until the next day.
I'm sure he did, bro.
I did not know him to the next day, fam. Like, I don't know the day, because I know dude just dropped the tape. Like, was they trying to do something to me? Like, just boost him up? Or like,
I think I just
don't know where. You just don't know where.
Despite this attempt at a diplomatic interview, it would seem that the damage had already been done. Having spent months mocking King Von after his death and making light of a supposed $1 million bounty.
As soon as the next day you find out, you like, ooh, I'm gonna get some time. Let me mock his death. Instead of coming out like that, you should have did that interview the next day, bro.
His head, Rondo would remain in danger, and from here, he would have to defend himself against a wave of attempts on his life, as those people who loved King Von would seemingly be on the hunt, state to state, with just one objective in mind: slide for Von.
Like I said, gang, all that could have been really prevented if people would have just came out with a different tone. Because at the end of the day, see, I'm a real, so I know how you really feel. You playing this tough, like most people do. You playing this tough nigga role on the internet because you want people to think you a gangster and you a savage, you tough. But I know how you really feel. I know how I really feel when you go home and you know somebody lost their life. Or I know I seen niggas come to to the crib or come to the spot and look me in my face and say, yeah, boy, we got them niggas. Yeah. And I seen what really happened. I know how you really feel. I know that's how you feel. I know in the back of your head, you wish none of this happened. You wish King Von when got killed. You wish Lil Tim when got shot. You wish Pat when got killed. At the end of the day, don't nobody want to die. Don't nobody want to go to jail. So you should have just came out on that type of time, gang. But as we see what happens, bro, and this shit been happening since Pop and Biggie, bro, because don't nobody want to just chill, gang. Like, what? Son, y'all be tripping.
Does it ever seem like work is just one long list of questions?
What are you here for? Where's my charger? Everybody pay my teeth.
Good thing you have intelligence to show you the way.
Who would be an ideal mentor considering my goals?
I have the right technical skills for this. The answers to your business questions of performance, culture, impact, and team dynamic. With human intelligence from WorkHuman, you already have them.
Which group is driving our culture the most?
How engaged is an shift?
What kind of skills would set me up for advancement in my group? How do you think we stack up against other departments?
Unlock the insights hidden in your own. Form your business and start seeing what good looks like in your organization. The only question is,
do you work human?
Long legend. The fragrance.
If you want to see the fully uncut version of tell the tale of a years-long deadly feud between young men growing up in one of the toughest boroughs of New York. This is the story of Bronx Drill. The Bronx is both a borough of New York City and a county of New York State. Northeast of Manhattan and across the river from Queens, with Rikers Island Prison comfortably between the two. The Bronx is home to baseball's legendary stadium in the New York, the Bronx Zoo, and Van Cortlandt Park, which, if you didn't know, was actually where the big meet of all of the gangs took place in the classic 70s gang beat-em-up movie, The Warriors. In fact, the Warriors' portrayal of the Bronx as a gang-infested nightmare is somewhat accurate. The Bronx itself contains the poorest congressional district in the United States, the 15th, with per capita income in the Bronx regularly scoring as the lowest of the 5 boroughs. Poverty rates for the area are frequently 30%. So as a result of the struggles experienced by young people growing up in the Bronx with no support system, it's no surprise that gangs have thrived in the area for decades. Since as early as the 50s, the Bronx has seen gangs running their corners. And the real-life fist-fighting, pipe-swinging gangs that terrorized the Bronx in the 70s would be the real-life inspiration for movies like The Warriors, terrifying the local citizens and media. But over time, these fist-fighting gangs would eventually be replaced by much more violent imported gangs, bringing in a more potent brand of violence and crime from other cities and states in America. You may already know that the blood and crip ideology of Los Angeles would eventually make its way to New York, with Rikers Island Prison serving as a fertile breeding ground for these dangerous ideologies to spread. Sex, money, murder, a famous set of the Bloods, would eventually find their way to the Bronx after a gang leader from New York found himself locked up with another leader of the United Blood Nation that originated in Los Angeles. But make no mistake, the structure of a lot of the gangs that run in the streets of the Bronx are incredibly fragmented and splintered. Many small sets control small areas of the borough, with many intertwining and conflicting alliances dictating who's an ally and who's an enemy on each block. And this goes far beyond a simple between Bloods and Crips. Countless other gang sets, including many with a Latin American origin, have a significant presence in the Bronx too. And as a result, the borough's gang politics can be confusing, quick to change, and deadly. But today we're going to be focusing on the most modern sets of gangs that run the streets in the Bronx, specifically the ones whose members are making the best music. Funnily enough, rap music itself was actually born in the Bronx too. On the 11th of August 1973, legend has it that DJ decided to extend an instrumental beat to let people dance longer and began emceeing or rapping over that beat whilst people were breakdancing and having a good time at the party. This innovation was essentially the big bang from which all rap music emerged. And from here, MCs and DJs would spin beats at parties and rap over them. And over the course of the next decades, this would create a multi-billion culture that is the rap game as we know it today. A lot has happened between the 1970s and the 2020s. Over time, MCs who had originally started speaking over beats to get breakdancing parties lit would slowly begin using their time on the microphone to share their personal stories. Some of these would be braggadocious songs about the high life, being successful, having big money, and getting to the American dream, while others, less fortunate, would use music as an opportunity to share the struggle and pain that they had been through, detailing the dangerous lifestyle that they had been forced to live growing up in dangerous areas. But when it comes to drill music, the most important period is Chicago in the 2010s. And in the early 2010s, nobody was living more dangerously than the Chicago drill rappers. This is where hip-hop's drill subgenre would be born, as teenage rappers who grew up in close proximity to gang violence like Chief Keef would make booming songs over hard trap beats with lyrics detailing shootings, murders, and pain, all witnessed on their blocks where they grew up in Chicago at a time when the city was considered one of the most dangerous places in America. But over time, drill music would spread from city to city. And over the course of the 2010s, drill music would become a staple in every large American city with a high crime rate. And rappers all over the country would make themselves millionaires and celebrities off of the back of making songs detailing a dangerous lifestyle from growing up in or around gang activity. But despite being the borough that essentially invented rap music as we know it, it would take close to 50 years from the rap for things to come full circle, as it was only in 2020 that the world would truly embrace drill music in the Bronx for the first time. Finally, the disenfranchised youth of one of New York's most dangerous boroughs would have a voice and a platform, creating music about all of the violence and killings that they had witnessed growing up in this area, and showing many rap fans around the world for the first time the realities of the gang-infested streets of the Bronx. So, let's take a closer look at the specific street gangs that have spawned some of the most talented rappers in the Bronx, and how they ended up in a deadly feud that has left countless teenagers dead before many of them were even old enough to drive a car. Now, the complete history of gangs in the Bronx is long and complex. So for the sake of simplicity, in this story, we will simply focus on a handful of relevant street crews that have made a significant impact in the recent Bronx drill music scene. However, the formation of these crews predates the Bronx drill scene by many years. Many of the names of gangs that you have referenced in Bronx drill music weren't even around a decade or so ago, as they evolved and split other crews as a result of internal and external conflicts between their members. One early crew hailing Portland Ave area was known as YGFC, or the Young Gunners from Portland. This crew was a subset of a much larger gang called the YGs, or Young Gunners. The YGs apparently started around 2003 and was primarily based in two project buildings, the Mott Haven houses and the Patterson houses, with another set later popping up in the Bronx's River Park Towers, or RPT projects, around 2010. And the leader of the YGs back in the day was a man named, real name, Jutha Perez, an occasional rapper as well as a respected street figure. Sadly, however, Jutha keep his troops in the street united for long, apparently in the midst of a disagreement between high-ranking members, including a man named Mel Baller, would see several members branching off and making their own crew. This would eventually see the Young Gunners from Cortland, or YGFC, breaking off from the YGs altogether and dropping the Y from their name, becoming the GFC, or God's Favorite Children. At a certain point, they became Goons from Cortland, before eventually simplifying and settling on OGs, or Original Goons. So the OGs would then Young Gunners from Cortland naturally hail from Cortland Ave. This area has a reputation for being one of the most dangerous in the Bronx, with three main housing projects generally affiliated with the OGs: Melrose Houses, Jackson Houses, and Morrisania, aka Vietnam. These were three notorious blocks known to the authorities for their gang activity, with all three buildings being targeted in a 2009 federal indictment named Operation Rotten Apple, which took 37 drug pushers off the streets from these very buildings, charging a total of 53 gang members after a year-long operation. Mel Baller, the OG pioneer who I mentioned before, formerly of the YGs, would get himself convicted in a big case too. A case which was apparently easier by a great deal of self-snitching on his own personal Facebook profile. This was a landmark case where apparently a judge ruled that it's legal for a snitch to use evidence that was gained from snooping on friends-only Facebook posts. Apparently, Mel Baller had written posts on Facebook marked for friends only, where he would suggest that he buys drugs in quantities as large as 600 grams, and claiming to have had over 100 people killed. Mel would ultimately be convicted.
When we walk in the door, we feel welcomed each time, but at the same time, if we particularly busy season, everything online.
It's just an easy place to do business at.
I would recommend this credit union to anyone.
I didn't buy into the hype around titanium cookware, but this pan proved me wrong. Your toxic non-stick pan can't handle metal utensils, or even the dishwasher breaking down and leaching. This Titanium Always Pan Pro gives me all I need in one incredible pan. This non-stick interior is constructed, not coated. It's virtually indestructible titanium, made without any PFAS like Teflon. That means non-stick performance that'll last a lot without the dangers of leaching. But can this bad boy sear? You tell me. This heats faster and more evenly up to 1,000 degrees. Still, you're probably thinking, will a pan this good looking actually hold up in the kitchen? We dropped it, scrubbed it, scraped it, and even set it on fire. The Titanium Always Pro will have you cooking like a pro in no time.
Receiving a sentence of life plus 420 months. And sadly for the OGs, while their affiliates were fighting for their lives in court, the younger members were fighting for their lives in the streets. On April the 16th, 2012, a large group of YG's members were drinking. And at a certain point, a debate breaks out over who puts in the most work for the gang. No one could agree who was the toughest, so at a certain point they decided to settle the argument, head into a rival territory, and go and find some faults. Well, the YGs walked the OG's territory in the Melrose houses. And when they got there, they spotted a 16-year-old by the name of Noah Baller, who Moises Laura. The YGs proceeded to physically attack Noah in a brutal fashion. Around 20 grown men stomping out one 16-year-old boy. Sadly, he didn't stand a chance and was ultimately stomped to death outside of his own building and left to die in a pool of his own blood. Noah's name has been remembered in the streets of the Bronx for both good and bad reasons. With OGs on his side continuing to tribute him in songs and regularly visiting his graveside, while the opposition on the YG side will regularly diss him, saying that they smoke him, with the biggest drill rapper from the YGs currently, D-Fang, even going as far as to post a picture of a blood-stained pair of Air Force One on Instagram, telling his followers that these are the knowers. Anywho, only a year after his death, June Hef, the early pioneer of the YGs, would meet a tragic end too. In 2013, June Hef was killed by a man called Melvin Davis after a fight in the Tropicana nightclub. After a mass brawl between the YGs and another street crew called Young Flybridge from Highbridge would end with June Hef being beaten in the head with a pump. This left him in a coma, and he would sadly lose his life only a week later. The gang from Highbridge, while not officially a part of the OGs, were known to affiliate with their members, with some believing that the killing of June Hef did have some connection over what had happened to Noah previously. Despite not being responsible for killing directly, the YG's main rivals, the OGs, would take this opportunity to clown their rivals, losing their leader. The story goes that OGs so far as to urinate on the massive sign of disrespect. Anywho, with June Hef the picture, the YGs would continue forward, but naturally, the authorities would be keeping a close eye on. This would eventually lead to two crews, the YGs and the 18th Park gangs, being targeted in a 2015 criminal indictment that would hit 48 Bronx gang members. This case would take 22 members of the YGs off the streets, apparently detailing 30 non-fatal shootings, as well as 3 homicides, including the killing of Noah. A senior YGs member named Gracie, aka Rel, will get 33 years for his role in that murder, with another YGs member, Amp Blocker, real name Amp Reddit, also pleading guilty taking part in the murder of Noah. Because of their violent behavior in the street, the YGs had attracted a lot of attention from the authorities. Another 2016 indictment targeted members of the YGs, charging around 120 people. At the time, this was the largest gang takedown in New York history, and the indictment would accuse the gang of being involved in at least 8 murders, including a 92-year-old innocent bystander killed in her own home by a stray bullet. And according to this indictment, over the course of feud, an alleged 1,800 shots have been fired. Frankly, the YGs, the OGs, and other street gangs had the Bronx looking like a literal war zone throughout the 2000s and 20s. But while the older members were put behind bars or losing their lives, a new generation of young gangs, desperate for the limelight, would soon emerge. Hardened by the bloodshed witnessed at the hands of their elders, inspired by the growth music blowing up over in Chicago, and the YG
Mommy.
I'm not your what? Didn't I tell you not to say that to me again? I'm calling your mom and you're going home.
Mommy, just she says.
Keep on, I'm gonna pop you in your fucking mouth. Stop trying to show out for people.
Just she says.
Get this shit up. Whose fucking chips are these? Get them up. I don't care. Public
Picture us.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me, guys.
That we should watch something so it'll be fine.
Huh?
You watch something so that you'll be fine.
Oh, they're fine.
But doctors.
Georgia likely to kick it deep to get things started. And they desperately wanted to attempt a return, but decided not to. Instead, they'll take the touchback. Here comes the offense on first down. Give to the running back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one.
Then you hear about run blitzes. This is exactly what a run blitz is. When you know the ball's coming up the middle, you want to bring those linebackers, get them closer to the line of scrimmage, and fire. Right when the ball snapped, he's coming downhill, doing a good job creating the loss. That linebacker really knew what was going on.
And the Seminoles in the hurry up. They go to the ground. At the 35, he's open. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop.
It's a really good sign if you're on offense here. You're putting it on your offensive line on third down. Critical down and distance, opening drive of the game. Let those guys fire off, get a hat on a hat. You can run the ball, pull it to the first, you're around midfield. And all things looking pretty good here early for this offense.
They'll run behind the big guys on the right. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. To the ground with the back. Corralled and brought down by the defense.
Really nice play call there on 2nd and long by the offensive coordinator. He was able to get a lot of that yardage back by running the football, and now, of course, it sets up a 3rd and manageable situation.
He caught it. Takes it to the house. Touchdown, no! You want to talk about a great way to start the game and set the tone early.
It's so nice to have a quarterback just get himself.
It's a fake. The kicker wants to throw it. He runs into the end zone on the fake. What a gutsy call to come up with a 2-point conversion there. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. Coming out with it, it's Golden. No idea what he could have been thinking to try to return that one, and they stop him at the 7. The offense lining up for a first down play. Quarterback making adjustments with his receivers. Trying to get to it. Hit as he throws. That was an eyelash away from being picked off, and that is not the way to set the tone with a near pick on your opening drive. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. Handoff from the shotgun. He'll slither through and pick up 3 and get it out to the 10-yard line.
Oh, man, there's some big hitting going on in the trenches right now. This defense, they take a lot of pride in stopping the run. Let's keep our eye on them throughout the course of the game and see if they can contain this running attack.
Wants to throw. It's Mahomes. Fires to the middle. Rolls it in. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play. And the Dogs with the 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. He's going up top. And they weren't able to make the connection. They were looking for an explosive play.
And guys, if I'm on offense, I am staying aggressive. I know you didn't connect there, but make sure you keep testing this defense, because even if you complete one of those throws, that could be the game-breaking play.
Going back to the well, another deep ball. And it's incomplete after taking a shot on 2nd down. They're staring at 3rd.
Well, I like this quarterback being aggressive and taking a shot. There's a better play there by the defense.
On 3rd down, going up top. Unloads it left. Pass on the way. It's picked off. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
QB never saw the defender. He's staring his receiver down, telegraphing his throw, and the DB jumped all over that.
They'll go to the ground. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming.
Nice run there on first down. You know this is a running back that gets better as the game goes on. So they're going to want to make sure they keep feeding him the football, let him get lathered up.
Leaves it with the running back. And they'll wrestle him to the ground after a short gain. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd and short from the 37. From the gun, wants to pass. And that pass intercepted. Oh, he was hoping to make something out of that return, but they'll have it first down at the 39.
Well, the offense turns it over, and talking to their coaching staff before this game, they talked about how important it was to have good ball security and not give the opponent extra possessions. That time, poor decision by the quarterback, and the defense made them pay.
Dropping back, it's Mahomes. Throws for the tight end. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on first down. Second down coming.
And the big tight end, a lot of times that's a bigger strike zone, a bigger dude, and you could tell they put the hit on him, and that ball came out, and it came to the turf. Nice job playing physical by this defense.
He's looking for a man on second down. Slips away. And he's feeling the heat, and he will go down. Final play of the first quarter, and not the way he wanted to end it. Now facing a 3rd down as they come back to the line after the break. He's looking downfield to throw. He uncorks one deep. And he makes the catch at the 25. And he'll take it in and house it. Touchdown, Georgia! Did not take long to get into the end zone. Now let's see if this gets this offense to hit overdrive.
We may have a situation here. We might have points, and more points. You keep putting drives together like that quickly, chewing up that much yardage, defenses are going to have to get something figured out.
The kickoff team on the field, and he ought to just boom this thing through the end zone with that extra 15 yards on the penalty. Not going to give him a chance to make a play as they boot that thing through the end zone. First down here for the offense. Wide out in motion. They'll leave it with him. Fighting off the defender. He's knocked down in the backfield, a swarming defense, and he'll lose 7. We'll see if they can dig one up. It goes forward this time on second down from the 18. Looking to scramble. Fires on the move. He'll fire back across his body, and it's intercepted. Would have loved to have gotten a big return out of that one, but they'll take it first down at the 40.
Quarterback never saw his guy early enough. He was open right away, but was just late getting him the ball. Receivers jumping up and down saying, yo, I'm here, throw it to me. But by that time, the defense had already figured out where he was, and because of the late throw,
fires and picked off. And the offense makes the tackle in frustration after the interception. Drive comes up empty, and it's a turnover. Line gets set, first down. Corner's going to give them room. They'll try the run. And he's almost to that first down marker there, saying he's a little bit short. They might want to bring out the sticks and measure, but it looks as if he'll be just short of the first down. Running back searching for a hole. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and we'll see if the offense can build on this lead before the break. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. To the ground to try to pick up the first. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. That linebacker was a heat-seeking missile, and the heat that he sought was the ball carrier.
Yeah, great job, great feel. Linebackers are making all the calls in the defense and understanding when I need to come through that gap and come through with bad intentions. Those guys are usually 245 pounds of heat-seeking missiles.
And the 4th down pass falls incomplete, and they'll have to give up the football.
Hey, at this point of the game, 4th and short, no problem going for it. 4th and medium, I think it's too early to start taking some of these chances. I think you need to just let the game play out a little bit and trust your defense.
To the air on first down. He makes a catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
Man, I just love the execution by this offense. Late in the half, man, you want to take the lead. You want to get that momentum on your side, and they do it. They finish it with the passing game. And I'll tell you what, keep that passing game up. You can keep this lead, keep the momentum, and keep putting up numbers.
And they pick up the extra point. Kicker knocked it right down the middle. The kickoff team out there to boot it away and 15 yards farther up the field after the roughing the kicker penalty. Not going to get a return here. They'll bring it out to the 25 as the kickoff sails through the back of the end zone. All wideouts, no backs. Trying to start the drive with a pass. He's going for it all. And they won't make the connection going for the big play. And the Noles want to crank the tempo. DBs will try to keep everything in front. He'll try it again on 2nd and 10. He's not afraid to go deep. Makes the catch down the right side. Major gaps in that defense, and he got loose, and they finally knock him down at the 41. They'll throw it on first down. All kinds of time before he fires right. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have squeezed it.
And the offense clearly saying, we want to take those deep shots. We want to be aggressive. And I think that's a good strategy because it makes the defense really honor what you're going to do. And just missed a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if this offense finds a way to come back to some of those deep runs.
He wants to throw it again. Spits it out to the back. And he throws another interception, his 3rd of the night. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
The defense has been all over this quarterback all game long. It's almost as if they know where he's going to throw. That now, the 3rd interception he's thrown.
Coming after it. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away.
Well, I know that one fell incomplete, but what a day this guy's had throwing the football. Multiple touchdowns, and he's done a really nice job with his decision-making. Hasn't thrown any picks, which has really helped keep this offense on schedule.
They're trying to get to it. And he will wisely throw it to the kid playing the tuba.
And that goes down as incompletion, but that's a smart play. And the QB coach and the OC will be very happy with the decision of the quarterback. He got outside the pocket. He obviously so he's outside the tackle boxes, and he could throw it away as long as he got it past the line of scrimmage. Nothing there, nothing open. Live to fight another down.
Looking downfield, it's Mahomes. Oh, he's going to take a shot at the DB. And he's got it inside the 15-yard line. Touchdown, Dogs! And once he found some daylight, it was time to make a house call.
And it's now the 2nd time this wide receiver has scored. Another outstanding job with the route. Great job securing the catch.
And with the extra point, they stretched the lead to 13. So they got the touchdown, now going to put it in the hands of their defense to finish off this half. He'll bring it out. It's Ibuka. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. So late in the half, this is really an opportunity, David, maybe to swing the momentum in their favor. He's going for the big play. And man, oh man, he is in the dark tonight. His 4th interception. A really good return after the interception puts them in business at the 29.
And another another mistake from this quarterback. That's back-to-back drives now that have resulted in interceptions. He's got to find a way to find something different, get in a better rhythm, start seeing the field better, Palmer, because he's not in a flow right.
Unleashes one deep. And good coverage and better hands on that shot to the end zone.
Sometimes as a quarterback, when you're feeling a rhythm and you're feeling yourself, you just want to keep taking shots, right? This guy's already thrown 3 touchdown passes. He saw a look he liked, decided to let her fly. Haven't seen a lot of balls falling complete, especially deep down the field. That one did, but I'd expect this guy to keep letting it go.
That pass is incomplete, and they're probably fortunate that it wasn't knocked free for a fumble.
Yeah, and your first job is to affect the quarterback and try to get him off his spot. They get him off the spot, he gets outside the pocket. They did a nice job chasing, not quitting, getting to the quarterback, and still getting a good lick as he's throwing the football.
Throws to the wideout. And it's picked off again. His night vision hasn't been on par.
I tell you what, I don't know if I'm going to try him much more. Goodness gracious, you can tell he's ready for what he's seeing. Second interception. I would not throw near that guy anymore. You might want to try the other side of the field.
He's going to let it go. He can't find his man, and the clock stops with 6 seconds left. One more snap coming before halftime. These corners going to give them some space. Back to throw, it's Manning. Looking for a deep man. And here's the 5th interception by this quarterback. And he's dragged down after the interception, and that's how we'll close out the first half.
That's the end of the first half. With the score, Georgia 21, Florida State 8.
They want to get the ball back right now, lining up for an onside kick to start the second half. Cool as a cucumber as the hands team makes a sure catch.
Man, how about that? You come out of the locker room, you just had a little bit of a break, you rested, you told your club we're going to come out, and now we're going to be aggressive. We're going to kick an onside, even though we're winning and you failed. Now this defense better step up and respond.
Keeping it on the ground to open the second half. And how about the work up front by that big defensive line?
And just a great job on the defense being stout, right? That's your job. Be stout up front, stuff in the run play, make them get in more passing situations, but do not let them run the football. That's 101. Stop the run first.
Fires left. Complete downfield. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. A new set of downs after the completion. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw.
When it's a play-action pass, that quarterback, he really has to sell the fake. He can't tell his offensive lineman's getting beat right away while he's selling the fake. He had no shot.
Wants to fire on second down. Pocket starts to collapse. For the 4th time tonight, it's an interception. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception. And the offense came out aggressively here in the second half, but they can't put the drive together and spit it up on the turnover.
I'll tell you, this defense has a lot of athletes, and they've got a lot of guys with ball skills. If you put the football anywhere around them in their vicinity and their ability to catch the football, they'll come down with it. This quarterback has got to be way more careful here in the second half.
Looking for a man. It's Manning. Looking for a huge play. And that ball is hauled in inside the 35. Touchdown, Florida State. And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing. They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. That drive not too taxing on the playbook. One play, put it in the end zone just like that. Not much drives more anxiety than waiting to see if the hands team can corral the onside kick, and they do. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Mistakes are going to happen, as they did on that last drive. Now, how will they respond, Jesse?
And this is the kind of guy who's going to take full accountability. That was my bad. That's on me. I'm about to lead this offense now down the field to score some points.
Dang, Homer, I wish I would have played with you. I didn't play with many quarterbacks that were just like, yeah, my bad. Hey, guys, I got this. Sorry about that. It was more, you should have ran a better route.
The give to the running back from the shotgun. And he'll be taken down, but he does have enough for the first down. The Dogs are in the hurry-up. Wants to throw on first down. Unloads to the wideout. Just masterful working that sideline and getting the toe down for the catch. So it's not just a strong running game. The Dogs can be dangerous with those weapons up top.
And I think when you've seen Georgia really dominate in college football over the last several years.
Looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia! And they'll put that scoreboard operator to work and put 6 on the board. Timeout called by the defense. It's their first of the half as they'll make some adjustments.
Have a day, young fella. I foresee some social media posts in his future. Not 1, not 2, but 3 receiving touchdowns on the day. What a ball game.
Back to throw, it's Mahomes. Makes the grab in the end zone for the 2 as they extend the lead. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they finish things off with a 21-yard touchdown pass. Just about set to kick it away. And no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive in their own 25. Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. This is when the pressure can ramp up a little bit on an offense, David, when they start feeling the heat to answer a score. Gonna let it fly. And it's another interception as his assault on the record book continues. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
Man, that is how you get it done as a defense when you're playing cover 1. Like, you got the middle of the field safety, but everybody else is manning.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Cameron. They drag him down at the 22. He gambled for the big return out of the end zone and came up a little short. First down for this offense. Linebackers moving, trying to confuse the quarterback. The give is to Williams. Just what they were looking for to get this drive rolling. They're out to the 35. You can go way back in the history books to the wishbone attack all the way back to the first Rose Bowl team. Alabama builds its identity on a strong running game.
Builds it on dudes that tote the rock and do it with nastiness, with some physicality. Not one guy's going to bring them down, and you see it year after year with these guys, and there's always somebody that's going to be a physical challenge to try to get on the ground.
After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Looking for a man, it's Milroe. Got his man down the middle. And he got enough for the first down, but somebody put the hit stick upside his head.
That's a real good-looking throw. And I know at Alabama recently they've had a lot of different quarterbacks, and they've also had a lot of different guys calling plays. But one thing that's never seemed to waver is how explosive the offense has been, and the big reason is because of the efficient play they've had consistently year in, year out at the quarterback position as well. They recruited extremely well. They coach these guys up. And this is a guy who loves football, loves the X's and O's, and you're seeing it translate onto the field right now.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple.
Well, they were trying to set up the option, but the quarterback had no chance. Did you see the defensive tackle penetrate? What a great first step. He shot right through the offensive line and got the TFL.
Trying to burn this defensive back. And that'll be incomplete. They certainly weren't afraid to take a shot there, and now it's 4th down. The Crimson Tide will bring the punt team on the field. They ought to be able to use this first punt to pin them deep. And they won't be able to down it. It goes into the end zone for a touchback. The first down for the offense. The back goes in motion. He wants to start this drive with a pass. Feeling the heat as he lets it go. What a snag by the defense. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
It's not always the sacks on the quarterback, right? You just want to affect him. You want to get to his legs. And if you can smash him, even better. Hit him in the face, make that ball float up in the air. It creates the turnover, creates the big play. Momentum shift for the defense.
With the catch, it's Williams. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup.
And a great job by the QB finding the running back, get him the football where he can do some damage after the catch, and most importantly, get the first down.
Unloads quickly. Finds a crease at the 20. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. Alabama trying to cash in on this red zone trip. DB's right up on the receivers. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. This offense has a 2nd down play. The give to the lone running back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3.
And you got to do a better job up front right there. That run was doomed from the get-go. Nowhere to go. The back gets hit as soon as he gets the football. Hard to succeed as a running back when you get the ball and you get clocked.
He rolls all the way down to the 5-yard line before they finally get him stopped. They'd love to start this quarter off with a touchdown right here.
game any better than that. Defense gets the stop, gives it back to the offense. You march down the field, you score. They are in a great rhythm now on both sides of the ball.
And the PAT makes it 7-0. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they punctuated it with a 5-yard touchdown run. He'll bring it out. It's Nash. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. Well, the good news about this drive, Jesse, it can't go worse than last time through a pick on the first play.
No, it certainly can't. I think one good way, David, to help your quarterback turn the page is just find him an easy completion here and let him get back into the run.
Yeah, or find him an easy handoff. Just hand the football off, maybe get the ground game going, maybe jumpstart this offense a little bit.
That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be 3rd down.
Listen, we all want to get to the quarterback and get sacks, but when you realize the quarterback's going to throw the football right away, you just try to get your hands in the air, get a deflection, make him throw around you. Great job by the defensive end.
Oh, man, the quarterback almost just threw his 2nd interception on as many drives. He's trying to fit that football in there. It gets tipped up in the air. He's lucky that wasn't picked off.
On 4th down, he'll try to toss it. Pressure coming. All bottled up, and now the ball. Good job corralling that football, but he couldn't get it out of the end zone, and it'll be a safety.
Yeah, and sometimes you get confused and you get lost where you're on the field, but not that far. And I don't know how to explain this. I would love to give you words and break this down and be like, this is what he was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking.
Here comes that Alabama offense. How about the way they attacked the last time they had the ball, mixing run and pass and winding up in the end zone, Jesse?
That's why recruiting is so important. They've got weapons at every skill position on the field. Any of these guys is dangerous if they touch the football. Let's see what they do on this drive, David.
And so, Palmer, I got to take away something. I can't let them have everything and have success. I got to be aggressive against the run or play for the pass. I can't give them everything.
We've reached the 2-minute warning, and they will try to build on what has already been a dominant first-half performance. The offense setting up shop at the 46, 1st and 10. Looking to throw, it's Milroe. He'll pull it down and run. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup.
Man, that's why these quarterbacks are just so hard to defend. It's a pass play, he drops back, 1st down. Got to play the whole field up, scrambles around, runs for a 1st down, new set of downs, new set of problems.
Short throw to the sideline is complete, and it'll be enough for the 1st down.
This offense is clicking, and clearly everything is working. The offensive coordinator's calling good plays, the quarterback and his unit is executing, and this defense right now, they have no answers.
Gets it out quickly. And that's a very productive 1st down play and bringing up 2nd and 3.
I love offenses and quarterbacks that are willing to take the easy snap. Take those easy throws that are guaranteed to get positive yards. Yeah, I'm going to take big shots down the field too. But don't forget, it's easier to pick up 2nd and 5, 3rd and 5 than it is when we start getting those long yardage situations.
Alabama with a 1st and 10 here. DB's locked up tight on the receivers. Got enough space, and he's loose, and he'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Alabama! Effective offense, leading the way here and establishing this lead.
And that's how you draw it up, right? You want to come out, be clicking early, get everything going, way to get all the facets rolled. The defense right now on their heels, they have no answers. The offense doing whatever they want.
And now they'll empty the backfield for the 2-point try. Looking to throw. Buys a little extra time. He gets into the end zone for the 2, and that is big. It's now a 3-possession game. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And the capper came on the run to the end zone from the 13. He'll bring it out. It's Golden. That gamble did not pay off as they bring him down at the 12-yard line. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. These guys have taken some body blows in the first half, but now a chance to do something to feel a little better going into halftime.
Reese, they got to respond now. They got to put points on the board right here, cut into this deficit, create a little bit of momentum because this one's going to get out of hand otherwise.
Yeah, there are a lot of offenses out there that might just say, okay, let's just regroup and figure it out. This offense doesn't have time to do that. They've got to be aggressive. They've got to throw it downfield. They've got to score points.
Complete to the left. Now they've got even more breathing room out to the 31 and a fresh set of downs. Georgia comes quickly to the line. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Just sort of a relentless run, getting everything that was available to him, and they'll mark him down at the 40. Quarterback checking off. To the air, it's Mahomes. Under heavy pressure, lets it fly. Intercepted. He'll try to take it back. And a big return after the INT sets up the offense for this possession. There are few things that can impact the game more than the ability to hit the other team's quarterback, and that was a big play there.
And I love the team defense on this play. One, excellent job getting to the QB and forcing the errant pass. And how about the secondary on the back end, able to rally that football and pick it off?
The Tide offense rolls onto the field. This has been exactly the way you draw things up, David. The offense has really been moving the football.
And it's been great execution. They've done exactly what they wanted to do. Build the lead. Now Palmer's a different animal. Now you got to protect it.
You can tell they were paying attention in practice this week in the film room because they have gone out, everybody right now on the same page.
Calls his own number. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground.
Offensive linemen love to run power. Why? You run power. You run power. Then you can play action. You don't want that defense to be sitting there saying, it's a pass, having to pass block every play. You got to keep defenses off balance.
Clock winding towards 0. They'll get one more snap off. On third down, he drops to throw. Going to try to get it himself. The pressure on him, and the quarterback goes down, and that's how we'll wrap up the first half. Alabama ready to put a boot to it to start the second half. Fielded in the end zone, it's Golden. Pulled down at the 18, and the decision to bring it out of the end zone was not a good one. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. They come into this third quarter with a lot of work they need to get done.
Yeah, and
and he's picked off again. His night vision hasn't been up to speed. His third interception. And they'll drag him